New Year's resolution is just a click away. Go to fiverr.com.
What is up, gamers? Alright, you're gonna have to give me a second. I am drinking salted water, which means, oh god, ooh, oh god, oh, fuck, what the fuck, anyway. Fuck, okay, hello everyone, I'm back, welcome back. Wow, I didn't start at 3:40 to 4. I have realized that, ooh, that although my schedule says that I usually start at 3, I've been starting a little later. I don't think it matters too much, seeing as this is kind of like a hobby thing. Not really a big deal. But I feel like if I say 3 o'clock, I should stream at 3 o'clock. Anyway. Anyway, let's back it up now. What are we doing today? Alright. Yesterday was the end of my little, I guess, dive into Geo Nodes. I found a bunch of tutorials. I did a bunch of them. I didn't do all of them, but I did a bunch of them. It was really cool. There was a lot of cool stuff that I saw, a lot of cool stuff that I made. Following tutorials, obviously, not on my own. Um, and yeah, I'm excited uh to go deeper into that another day. Obviously not today, because if you read the title, today is the start of my rigging deep dive. Now, I know the basics, pretty much, of rigging. As you can see, I have an armature. I believe this is an armature that I made, or, yeah. I'm pretty sure it's an armature that I made. Right? I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Anyway, that doesn't really matter. This is the armature that I used back when I was learning how to move a model from Blender to VRChat. And it's basically the model that I used. I think I also used it to move a model from Blender to like a VTubing software. But there's a lot of issues with it. At least I think, personally. And yeah. So hopefully, by the end of this deep dive when in rigging, and I guess also texture painting along with that, although that comes after the rigging, or I guess they go hand in hand. When I think of rigging, I think about the bones. And then obviously, weight painting is the influence the bones have on the model. So here we have Regulus. She's the most recent model that I made. Which is why I think we should use her. Like I said the other day, not yesterday, but a few days before, I think, I was contemplating whether or not I should do a different character or use Regulus. And I thought, if I were to make a new character, yes, it'd be cool to make a new character. The issue with that is I'd be spending like a week making this new character, especially depending on how complicated they are. Although I did say that this character would be a character that has relatively tight-fitting clothing, just because I feel like that's easier to rig, or because, you know, when it comes to like weight transferring, the weights of the body will transfer very nicely to clothing that is literally the same as the body. However, I also want to learn how to rig other things that aren't so tightly onto the body. Because yeah, not every character is going to be wearing bodysuits. Some characters are going to be wearing some puffy shit, some really big stuff that hangs off the body maybe. And yeah, all that, everything I want to learn. As much as I can, obviously. When I did the phase tutorial deep dive thing that I was doing, oh god, it's been like months now, honestly. Jesus. Kind of crazy. I think it was before November. I learned a lot of interesting stuff. I did a lot of good things. And I didn't learn a lot of other things. The big one is hair. I still need to look deeper into hair. Um, but yeah. Yeah, that's all I have to say. I don't know. I was trying to think of what else. So that's what we're going to be doing today. And I guess, like, I don't know how long it's going to take. I forgot how long the other deep dive took, but it doesn't really matter. I'll try to learn as much as I can. Um, if there's some parts that I don't end up learning, then as long as, like I said, I have a rig or bone structure that I think I can implement in every model that I make, that's what I'm searching for. Alright. So yeah, like I said, Regulus is a very good character to do this with because she is the most recent, which means she is probably the best, I guess, topology-wise, best textured. If I managed to make a rig for her, then it would probably look the best out of all the models I've ever made, which is why I'm choosing to do it with her. I did set up a few things. Like, for instance, I got her full body from a previous save. Because if you don't know, I talked about this when I was finished with Regulus. The original body, this one here, as you can see, has its, I guess, like, I don't know, that area removed. And the reason for that is because I transferred the weights from the body over to the, where is it, the shorts. But I did that prematurely. Or no, I deleted that part of the body prematurely when I think I needed it for the dress. So that was a big issue. That might also be the issue why the dress struggles with the weight painting, honestly. But then also, like I said last time, the dress is not very vertex heavy. I talked about how I could increase the amount of vertex, specifically like on this part here. I had a bunch of loop cuts, and the bottom part, because that's the important part, I think, that needs more spots where it could bend, because when it tries to bend, I could even show you, I think. It should be rigged. However, I am going to unrig it, obviously, because I'm going to update the bone structure. Oh wait, that's not what I want. So yeah, if I were to bend this, whoa, what the hell? Oh, I'm bending it off of the point. So as you can see, if I were to bend this, um, as you could tell, oh wait, hold on. If we go, I think, into wireframe mode, you see there's not a lot of points that the dress could bend with, so it ends up clipping through. As you can see, the shorts have a lot more points than the dress, so it's going to bend a lot better. And like I said before, this part of the body was removed prematurely, so I think the points around this area are not perfectly weighted either. So not only is there not a lot of points, it's also not perfectly weight painted either. Also, I wanted to talk about this actually. Wait, where is it? Oh yeah, this is it. Look at my wireframe. Wait, this is my wireframe? Oh, that isn't my wireframe. This is my wireframe. Hold on. My wireframe's white. Is that like a change? Like I checked it today. I got on real quick, and as you can see, my wireframe's white, and it's like really cool. I think it looks really cool. I wonder if they changed that, because then I go into here, and I see the outline. So yeah, I don't know. It's really cool though. Obviously, once I go into it, it comes out um orange, I guess. But that is something that I noticed today. Hello, Zotuk. Welcome, welcome. Some parts, though, that I do plan to keep in the new rig are the eyes. I believe these eyes were used during the VR chat videos. So these probably will stay the same, as well as the hair root bone up here. This bone governs the other hair bones. Obviously, this model doesn't have its hair rigged at all, so there is no other hair bones. But those are probably the things that are going to stay the same. However, there's a lot of parts that are probably going to change. But yeah, sorry, I'm just like rambling. Wait, hold on. Okay, so I have a lot of videos pulled up. However, they are not ranked in any specific order of like importance. Here, let me put it up on screen if I can, so I could just go over it real quick. That's not it. And I'll make this bigger so it's easier to see. All right. So, like I said, there were a bunch of videos. I don't know. I guess like right now I'm going to sort of decide the order that I'm going to be watching them in. But yeah, there's a lot. I don't know if you could actually see the top of the screen. I do have it kind of padded out so you can't see like I guess certain aspects. You can't see my what's it called? Bookmarks and stuff like that. I could always hide my bookmarks, but I don't want to. That's fine. I'll go over it real quick then. Okay, so obviously Joey has a few videos that I would like to watch. I believe this video is about IKFK. This guy here, this is literally 2 weeks ago. I think newer videos are really good, especially if they go over 4.0, because I think some bone interactions or some bone selecting has changed in 4.0. Another one here. What is this one? Rigging for impatient people. I think maybe watched that one a little bit, although I don't remember it very well. This is kind of like a silly one. I don't think he's gonna teach you much about animation here. It's just him animating stuff, but I guess I feel like it'd be nice to see. Animation, I guess, is a major part of rigging, or I guess it's like the end product of after with rig. Um, this is his newest video, my character animation secrets. Again, maybe this falls a bit more into the animation, but like I said, it's still very important when it comes to rigging. And I'm pretty sure those are the only ones that have animation. This one, I think, is like one of the ones I'm going to watch first. 4.0 new rigging features and pose updates. I think this is really important. I remember when I was trying to pose the other day, the way you select bones nowadays is different. They changed it, the keybind that is. So I think that'd be a good watch. This is a series that someone recommended. I forgot who it was. I'm terrible with names. I believe they started with a C. But this is a Rigify course. So chapter 1, basic rigging. Chapter 2, rigging basics. Oh wait, chapter 1. What was chapter 1 again? I don't even know. Or course info. I don't know. I might skip this one. There's also some other versions. Rigging a simple human. I think the next part is like rigging a complex human. And then he also has like a I guess like animal, like four-legged creature rigging videos as well. For the moment, I'm only gonna look at the, I guess, humanoid rigging stuff. So I think it's fun. I think this might move forward just because it's like rigging basics. So I think it's better to watch this first. I believe here is when we get into like, I guess, the more nitty-gritty stuff. This is pelvic weight painting drivers. This person has a shit ton of videos, I think. They usually make very short videos involving rigging. There's these two videos by this one creator called Konak. Rigging hair and clothes with physics plus AFK for any character. And script rigging for any character. And animator-friendly rig. Yeah, that's 100% what I want. Animator-friendly rigs. Yeah, if the rig is able to do most of the work for me when it comes to animation, I think that'd be splendid. So yeah, like I said, he has a bunch of tutorials. This is a arm twist fix using twist bones to help, I guess, like in certain areas so they don't bend and look really weird. Shoulder clipping. I think I saved. Hold on. Advanced rigging, double joints. This it? Yeah. He has 87 videos when it comes to rigging. Like I said, a lot of these are literally like 30 seconds long. None of his videos are very long. I don't know if I'm gonna watch all of them, especially since like later on he starts like diving into like rigging. I don't know what Rococo is. And then he starts going, I think, into Unreal Engine and talking about like his game or something. I think he also gives off a free rig. Yeah, fully rigged advanced UL model. I don't know if I'm gonna look at. I could look at that. I could download that to sort of get a look at it as someone who's probably done this longer than I have. Um, but yeah, this guy has a lot of videos. So I don't know if I'm gonna watch all of them, but I think maybe it's a good place to sort of look at and start off with or whatever. These last two videos are more in the weight painting aspect. Weight painting editing would remove clipping on your model. I forgot who gave this to me. It might have been Exotic, honestly. I can't remember though. And lastly, how to rig everything. Rig hair, chest, clothing, etc. a lot of videos. There could be more. Okay? Yeah, everything. Absolutely everything. Down to the pores on the face. Yeah. I tried it out yesterday because Catless, he's here sometimes. He was like, "Hey, do you have it on Epic because it was free like a while ago?" And I was like, "Yeah." And so I tried it. Tried it out for a bit. Mm-mm. Might play it later today. Um, I do want to try out the recent free game that came out. I think it's called like Set Sail or something like that. It's kind of like a boat game. But if that like if I'm done with that, I'll probably switch over to playing more Mutant Zero. Mutant Year Zero. Oh, it does? I thought I changed it. Hold on. Oh, okay. I didn't. I had it set up, but I didn't hit confirm. So dang. Okay, that kind of. I don't know how I missed that. Anyway, thank you. I would have. I would have 100% missed that. No one told me. That's happened before. So yeah. Anyway. Oh god, this video. I think I saw this video pop up uh, the other day, and I was like, "Oh, thigh physics," and it's literally just like crazy. Pig physics. Anyway, so yeah, after I'm done watching a video, I'll scroll down most likely. How does this? Um, because yeah, there I could sometimes find different videos here. Um, just like, ooh, yeah, right. It was like jiggling. The jiggly guy, the nut guy. His name is Ludinier. I guess that makes sense. But yeah, I could find videos when I scroll down. Um, this is 3 months ago. God damn. Let's see, what is this animation system? I guess I am going to be using a little bit of Rigify. I guess that's another part that I want to learn. Rigify. I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know how it works, if I'm being quite honest. Um, I know you convert like the rig to a Rigify rig somewhere. I don't forgot where it was though. Oh yeah, right here, generate rig. I'll have to figure that out though. Moving forward. Anyway, let me shrink the screen containing the videos down a little bit. So yeah, this is gonna be very similar, I guess, to the way the Geo Node tutorial vids were, I guess, where I'm basically just going to um watch a bunch of stuff and try out a bunch of stuff if it interests me. Um, but yeah. So it might be very boring. But this is kind of something that I'm doing for myself, not really for anyone else. You import a rig and then you apply it. Oh, what, for the Rigify? There's also a lot of settings here that I need to learn. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I'll look into that. I do have a video. Literally, I just pulled it up about Rigify. So yeah. Alright. Let's get started. We're gonna do a deep dive. Deep dive time. Alright. The first video. New rigging features and pose updates in Blender 4.0. Oh wait, let me turn off the sound. Alright. Let's begin.
Final release of Blender 4.0, here's something I think a lot of you guys would love, especially if you're into rigging. So with 4.0 open right here, if you choose to work with amateurs, you can now have more fun working with this. And this deals with how you get to preview your joints, the amateur, when working with both the pose mode and also the edit mode. So by default, if you're trying to make more arms or more, amateur limbs, if you press your tab key, you switch over to the edit mode, and if you tap E, you can now proceed to do all of this. Now, creating this and switching over, say for example, we have all of this selected and we switch over to our pose mode, you notice the color remains the same. Nothing technically changes except for the fact that you're now in pose mode, and this means that you can select any of the joints and make some changes to them, and that becomes the pose that the object has. But what if you would want to have specific colors for specific reasons? Maybe you're creating a character and the character has some extra limbs, or maybe it has some extra joints, and you want to texture that joint so you can remember what that joint is specifically for, or probably you would like to return to that joint later in time and do some more work with it. How you can now do this in Blender is very easy. So with 4.0, you can select any joint, go over to the joint section, and now you notice we have viewport display. So you can click on the viewport display, which makes it easy for you to either hide or unhide any joint. Now you can select that joint and give it any color you want. So you want to give it that color, that's fine. Whatever color you want to give it, you can actually go to town with it and color your joints however you want. You can just have as much fun as you want in terms of coloring your joints, and this is super cool. If you switch back to your pose mode, I want you to notice that the joint now contains the same color and the pose remains the same way we made it previously. But right now, there is also an extra update. Now, what the update is this, that within your pose mode, you can choose to pose your model however you want. But then, what if you would like to see your joints in a specific way when posing? And that is where the next viewport update comes in. So if we come right here within the pose bone color, we can give these joints a different color. So we can say we would like to see this, say, in a very interesting color of blue. At any point in time we are doing this, we would like to see it in this color, or maybe bluish green. I have no idea what that color is, but we can select all of that, and at the end of the day, this is what we're going to be seeing our joint as. You can definitely change the color anytime. Say maybe you want to make it more browny, say you like to have brown colors whenever you're doing your pose mode, you can of course go ahead and select brown colors all through, and this is the color that you're getting when you're in pose mode. So if you switch back to edit mode, you have your former color. If you switch back to pose mode, another color. This is lovely. I sort of like it a lot, but there is also something else I like, which you'll not see in other versions of Blender, because it is currently available only in Blender 4.0. And that is this, that if you select any joint, say for example, you're within your edit mode and you select this joint, if you press M on the keyboard, instead of this invoking the layers, this now invokes collection. So you can now put these things in a collection. I can call this 0.1 or 01, click on OK, and put them in a collection. I can select this joint. I can hold down Shift and select this other one, and select this other one, and then tap M on the keyboard and put them in another collection, say collection 2, and they would exist there. But now, where do you find the collection? We know with Blender 3.6 on later versions, you find these things in individual layers, which might be a bit tricky to track, but now it is even easier, because if you go over to your data section, you now have them. So you can select on individual joints and see where they exist. If you also select this other one, you know it exists there. You can choose to remove it from there and plug it in here, and that is where it's going to exist. You can do the
It's
same
like
thing
vertex groups.
with this other one, so you can have that selected and you can see where it exists here, and you can have this other one selected. You notice it exists in number 1. You can select this other one and choose to maybe remove that from there and put this right here. So what makes more sense is you can have those joints in collections which you can hide and reveal, and you can do that back and forth. So depending on what you're trying to do, this makes a lot of sense. This is not the only place it stops. You probably noticed that when we switched over to the pose mode, we had this interesting stuff. So how do you work with this one? For this particular one, we're going to load up a simple scene with the early 3D character, which you can get within the demo section of Blender. So this character comes as a demo file, so you can pick it up. Now, instead of having this shelf, which used to exist here, which I'm just going to go ahead and push this to the point. So instead of having that shelf that used to exist here, you now have all of these right here. This now takes advantage of, the whole design idea of the asset browser and all that to position this here. So you now have that. So at any point in time, you can have your models and you can simply select and change the features of your poses. You can also choose to blend with the factors here. So you can do a blend factor and get something good. And you can also do the same thing with this other one. So you can select whatever facial feature performance that you want, and you can also choose to blend that. So depending on what you're going for, you can do it. And instead of the mirror tool, which we used to have, you now have a flipped. So you can now flip that. You can now flip this. And let's find something that is one-sided, which can be flipped. Yeah, so you can flip that, and you can click on this button and flip it, and this looks really, really good. So for anyone who has been thinking about, oh, what's the new features coming over to Blender 4.0, especially for rigging, there's a few more that is coming, but these ones are one of the cool ones that I think you guys need to know. So this is it. For those who are thinking about exploring it, probably you're into rigging, or maybe you're into animating, and you just think
no, I'm not ready to rig.
That you can work with, then you can go over to the link in the description and jump on this one and start working with it. And for those who like to see a full video about all of the cool things coming to Blender 4.0, links to that is also going to be in the description, so do well to check it out. Tell me what you guys think about this one in the comment section, and of course if you like this video or you like something.
Pretty nice though. I guess the pose browser that he showed real quick. I wonder, wait, do I have that? I guess I do. I wonder if you have to like pull it out from somewhere. Non-linear animation. Okay, it's not that. 100% it's not that. Anyway, I'm not gonna worry about that. That is still very interesting though. I thought that was gonna go over, I guess, a bit more about the changes, I guess, but it was still a good video. Good to know about those features. I wonder if the bone collection thing could be used in other ways, similarly to, I guess, I was gonna say vertex groups. We could assign different groups to different things. Use Blender add-ons, post library file demo, learn to animate, Blender character animation course, Ultimate Auto Rig Pro. All right. I guess the question is now: is this video good enough to save? Show me about Bone Collection. Show me about that bottom thing, although I don't have it. So I'm gonna say no. It was still a good video. All right, this one's about
thing I love about Chick-fil-A
Rigify and what's new with it.
chicken and
Whoops, I thought I was gonna pause it there. I didn't think I was gonna unmute it.
As you might know,
Rigify is something that I do plan to use. So learning what's new for the 4.0 version, I guess, is good. Really good. This is like 25 minutes long. Hopefully, I'll see. Maybe I could. What is this? It tells me Rigify new features overview. Bone collection UI. No bone collections have UI button assigned. Bone collection UI in practice. Leg rig, tiptoe roll. Leg rig, IK, FK snap with roll. Spline tentacle rig. Improved mouth face rig. Ghost entries. Or yeah, entries for feature sets. Sorry. Rig 5.0 guide. Okay. We'll see.
now Blender 4.0 has been released, bringing nice rigging and animation features. If you're not up to date, you can watch my previous video, which covers most of the new rigging features, except for Rigify. So in this video, let's take a closer look at what is new in Rigify. Keep in
Oh, wait. Oh yeah, he's wait. It's a month ago. Is that the video that I'm planning to watch? Oh, it is. Okay, good. I was gonna say. I might want to check out that video that he mentioned. I wonder if he has it in the description. Since he did mention it. Oh, here it is.
Ready to be an e-commerce.
Blender 4.0 new rigging and animation features. This is also a 30-minute video. I don't know if I'm gonna. How should I do this? It makes sense to watch this one first, since this is about Blender itself and not Rigify. What is this? For bone collections and bone colors. He spent like 5 minutes talking about bone colors. Channel color, group colors, weight painting key map, weights operators, selection and weight paint mode. Oh, I think that's actually a new thing that I learned about. They changed the way you select stuff in weight paint mode. Pose library shelf, updates in nonlinear animation, updates in graph editor, bendy bones vertex mapping, preserve volume, b-bone shortcuts, updates in Rigify, backward compatibility. Alright. I feel like I'm gonna have to end up watching both of these videos. I think I'll skip some parts of this video, especially, I guess, the bone colors. I don't know why he spent like 5 minutes talking about bone colors, unless it's really that important that it requires 5 minutes worth of talking about bone colors. We'll see. I'm trying to learn, so I shouldn't skimp out.
my armature,
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
in Blender 4, we now have bone collections instead of the old system of layer boxes. And that is just one of the many
Oh, I do remember the layer boxes. I was confused about what that meant, if I'm being honest. I thought that was a Rigify thing, if I'm being honest. Oh, so they removed it and changed something else. Okay. Well, that's good. That's why it's good to, I guess, there's an issue with, like, watching older videos that talk about that kind of stuff. And having it, I don't know, it might work the exact same, but just like a little different. We'll see.
cool new features that we are getting with this major release. So let's take a closer look at the changes related to rigging and animation in Blender 4. You can now get access to all CG Dive tutorials, including my extensive paid courses, unreleased videos, and supporter-only content for just $5.99 a month. Check out academy.cgdive.com/subscription.
Oh, so yeah, I forgot to mention. I ended up waking up like in the middle of the night yesterday, or I guess today morning, a couple times. So if you hear me yawning, it's because I am a little bit tired because of that. Yep, I'm looking into rigging now, and for the next few days, maybe week or something, I don't know. If you have any videos that you would like to recommend, I'll take them. Yeah, anything is good. But yeah, welcome. Welcome.
First up, bone collections and bone colors. So now I am in Blender 3.6.
Yeah, right. Hopefully by the end of all this, I would have mastered the dark arts of rigging.
And until this version, the main way to organize our armatures was to go to the armature tab and use these boxes as layers. So in edit mode or in pose mode, I can select any bone and press M and move it to a layer. I can also select multiple bones, press M and shift click multiple layers to assign a bone to all of them. I then have to click or shift click on these boxes to unhide.
Anything node based coming for rigging in Blender sometime in the future. Node based. That sounds interesting. I wonder if he mentions it here. Probably like in the wait, there's more section, which is probably like at the end. That's interesting though. A node based system coming for rigging. I guess people really like their nodes.
Or hide layers. We also had
It's like
protected
but I
layers,
think it's
which was related to the old proxy system, which was
alright,
already
it's fine.
deprecated around Blender 3.
It'd be interesting
So
to see how
here was mostly for legacy purposes.
they do that.
And all of this, including the pose position and rest position buttons, was in this skeleton panel. And another tool for organizing bones was bone groups, which allowed us to organize bones independent of the layer they are on. Even though this was called bone groups, it was mostly using for applying a color to a bone, which was a little bit confusing. Also, these bone colors were only visible in pose mode, and in edit mode, bones were only shown in a default color scheme. Another way to organize bones was a pre-installed add-on. If you go to add-ons and search for bone selection sets and activate it, you'll have these selection sets, and that will give you another tool to organize your bones. Again, you can create different selection sets independent of layers or bone groups. Now just pressing select will select these bones that I assigned to this selection set. Now let's move to Blender 4 and see what changed. If we go to the Armature tab in Blender 4, right away you'll notice the new bone collections, but also we have this new pose panel which contains the pose position and rest position buttons. So it was separated from the bone layers, which makes sense. Now
Go really good right now. If you look at a wiggle font, 2 layers of bones top of each other plus constraints on bones. Too message to figure it out. Yeah, right. It is a big issue that I have with bones, is that they could get very annoying. Even though I don't have a lot of bones on my character. I don't know. They get in the way. I could always turn that off though by like changing it back to turning off always in front. I can understand how it could get very messy.
Now let's look at the bone collections. First of all, we are no longer limited to 32 layers. You can just press the plus button and add as many as you like.
Nice. I never
And
use
you can
layers,
delete
but
them with the minus button.
very nice.
To assign a bone to a collection, you have to be
Now, if you have a video about the bone layers and why they are used, that would be a great start. I think... Did I have that? I feel like I did, but I might be wrong about that. I think it's this stuff. Yeah. Maybe one of these videos will mention it. I'll keep an eye out for it, though. If I don't see it, I'll probably just look it up myself. Bone layers.
in edit mode or pose mode, select any bones that you want to move, press M, and select the collection that you want to move them to. You can also press M and create a new collection this way. And you can give it a name right away. If you want to assign a bone to multiple collections, you can press Shift and M and select the collection that you want to edit to. If I press Shift and M again, the collections the bone is already assigned to have a minus sign to them. So if I press on that collection, the bone will be removed from that collection. Another way is to have your bone selected, highlight the collection that you want to add the bone to, and press Assign. Or
Alright, pretty
Remove
basic.
will remove it from that collection. The Select button will select all bones that belong to the highlighted collection. Next to each collection, we have an eye icon, which will hide and unhide all bones assigned to it. You can use these arrows to reorganize your list of collections. This feels a little bit outdated. I hope we'll get drag and drop later on. Under this submenu, we have Solo Visibility, which will hide all collections aside from the highlighted one, and also an operator to show all collections. We now have the ability to add custom properties to a bone collection. So if I add a new property here, it will only belong to this bones collection. If I highlight any of the other collections, it won't be there. It's attached to this collection. And I think that is all you need to know about bone collections. They are very straightforward and much more intuitive than the previous implementation. Currently, we only have simple collections, but in the future, we'll most likely get sub-collections or nested collections, just like in the outliner. If I create a new collection, I can nest it under another collection. So you can expect that we'll get something similar for bone collections. Another change is that bone groups has completely disappeared. As you saw, until Blender 3.6, bone groups were a weird mix of grouping and also coloring your bones. But since we now have unlimited bone collections, grouping a set of bones can now be done here in bone collections. Here I have my bone set. And as for bone colors, they are now a bone property. So if I select a bone and go to the Bone tab, under Viewport Display, we have Bone Color and Pose Bone Color. So if I select a custom color such as red, the bone will become red. And what is new is that this color will also be visible in Edit Mode. You'll see that in Edit Mode this menu changes and you can only change the bone color. So let's go back to Pose Mode or Object Mode, where we'll have all of the options. And here I can also set Pose Bone Color. Let's set it to blue. So in Pose Mode, my bone will have one color, blue, and in Edit Mode, it will have another color. So if you want to get the old Blender behavior, you should set bone color to default colors and only set the pose bone color. I'm so used to the bones being in their default color in edit mode that I think it will take me a while until I start using this bone color feature. Let's make sure we're not missing anything. In pose mode, you have buttons which allow you to copy these custom colors from the active bone to selected bones. So if I select a couple of bones and shift select this bone to make it active, I can press this button and that will color the selected bones with the exact same colors. And that's important because it will allow you to select these bones as a set. So let's give this bone red color and then copy it to another bone. So now if I press Shift G, this will bring up the select grouped menu, and that allows me to select by collection. So that will select all bones on the highlighted collection. Or I can press Shift G and choose color, and that will select all bones with the exact same color. And it has to be the exact same color set because we can also choose completely custom color sets. So if I make this one red, and the second color, which is the selected outline, I'll make bluish. And then the last one, which is the active highlight, I'll make light blue. Right? Now, if I copy this color to the other bone, select this bone, press Shift G and choose color, that will select this other bone, which is colored with the exact same way. But if I go to this bone and change the hue just slightly, then Shift G will no longer select it. So I guess the old bone groups did have an advantage because once a set of bones is grouped, you can just change the color and all bones will be updated instantly. So maybe bringing this functionality back in future versions of Blender may be a good idea. I'm going on a little bit of a tangent, but these predefined colors, while they're great, a little bit of a problem with them is that the selected highlight color and the active highlight color are just shade of the main color, which may make it difficult to see what is selected, what is active, and so on. So one solution is to use the custom color sets, but you can also go to Edit, Preferences, Themes, Bone Color Sets, and set your selected and active colors. And I have the hex code for the default selected bone color, so I can just set it in here, and then just copy and paste it to the other color sets.
Ah, okay.
And I also have the hex code for active bone. So set it and copy and paste it.
I don't know if I'm gonna do that right now. I don't know if that's a big enough, I guess, like, issue. Where is it? It's, viewport display. Oh, I see what he means. Yeah. I won't change it now. However, if it does give me trouble in the future, then I'll probably change it back to what it was originally. It's pretty cool though. Now it's purple. Yeah. Interesting. Alright. Let's continue.
Now I'll save my settings. And now I can quickly set a color and have consistent selected and active outlines. And earlier I mentioned the bone selection sets add-on, and it's still here in Blender 4. So you can still use it. It's here in the Armature tab. However, now its functionality overlaps with the bone collections. You could simply use bone collections instead of selection sets. Notice how the interface for bone collections and selection sets is very, very similar. But if you need another level of organization, you can still use selection sets. And let's cover something related to bone colors. If I select one of my colored bones and press I and insert the keyframe, and then switch to the dope sheet, you will see a little colored box next to the bone name and bone properties. In earlier versions of Blender, this used to look like this, which many people found difficult to read. And this is controlled by a Blender preference. If we go to animation, we have channel group colors. And because many people didn't like this used to be off by default, but now that we have a better, cleaner solution, it will be on by default when you install Blender 4. Next, let's cover weight painting. There are changes in Blender 4 which are great, but they involve changes of the key map, which may be confusing at first. So as you should know, if you select your armature and shift select the mesh that is bound to it and go to weight paint mode, in all the versions of Blender, you could control click on a bone and select it, but now that doesn't work.
True.
And also, if I control click in this painted area, I will start removing weights. So I'll undo. So what happened is that the key map changed. Now to select a bone, you need to Alt and click, and you can also Alt, Shift and click if you want to select multiple bones, which can be useful in weight paint mode when you use some of the weights operators, for example. Okay, so that is how you select bones. And I have the draw brush active and a brush set to mix with weight and strength to 1. So now if I click, I'll just add weights, which is what you expect. By the way, I should enable my auto normalize and symmetry. Nothing has changed here. You can watch my old tutorials on weight painting, they still apply. But now if I want to remove weights, I can just control click here. Control and click remove weights. And if I shift and click, I blur weights. You'll notice that when I shift click, I temporarily switch to the blur brush automatically. So
so that works like the smooth brush in sculpting, I guess, but instead it's blurring. What the hell? Oh, never mind. That's good to know. Especially the remove, because usually when I do weight painting, I swap between add and subtract, because apparently using mix is really bad, or it has a chance of messing things up, at least from what I've seen. So if that works, then that's good.
So
Good
again,
change.
Alt and click to select a bone and activate its vertex group. Alt, Shift and click to select multiple bones. Click to add weights. Control click to subtract weights. Shift click to blur. These changes will break your muscle memory a little bit,
True,
but
yeah.
long term this is great. This is exactly how painting should behave. So if I set my strength to a lower value, I'll be able to paint lower values. And also if I control click, that will also subtract lower values. If you want to set the strength of the blur brush, you need to switch to the blur brush and change the strength. But keeping strength to 1 generally works for me. You can also switch to the add brush, that will behave more or less the same. And if you use the subtract brush, you'll have the inverted behavior. So by just clicking, you will remove weights, and if you control and click,
Good.
you will
That's
add
what I want.
weights.
Perfect,
But personally, I
excellent.
would just keep it to either mix or add. Oh, and by the way, Control, Shift, and click also select bones in this mode, just like Alt click. So I'm not sure why we have two shortcuts that do the same. It could be because of the emulate 3 buttons setting, which some people use, and it creates some inconsistencies. But these are the changes when weight painting, and I haven't seen this explained properly, not even in the official update notes, so I hope this helps. I also noticed some new operators in the weights menu, so let's take a quick look.
Simple weight, simple group.
Set weights already existed in previous versions, but the shortcut has changed. It used to be Shift K, now it is Control X. So if I click here, or if I undo and press Control X in the viewport, this will set a weight of 1 for the entire active group. And the weight is set to 1 because the weight of my paintbrush is set to 1. If I set it to this value, for example, and press Control X, the mesh will become green because this color corresponds to this weight. Next we have sample weight, and so if I click it, I'll get this temporary tool and I can point to any part of my mesh, and the weight value will change, and it will be the exact weight value that was under my cursor. The same thing can be done with this sample weight tool. However, now I need to switch back to the paintbrush tool. And if you want to use the shortcut, which is
Geo Node's mentioned here. Let me take a look. The future of character animation is shown. Workshop animation review module. Organize a workshop to create a version of new animation system. Alright, so what is connected to this bone? Some bone. Inverse kinematics. Arm 1. 2. Copy location. Arm 1. Shoulder. Oh, that's shoulder L. So the left shoulder is connected. Is the parent of the arm. I see. Wait, what the fuck happened? Oh, okay, see. Very interesting. I could see how that's easier to read for some people. Because then now you have like a graph depicting all the things the bones can do. Let's see. Rigs as presets. And drag and droppable from assets. Their components are selectable and have their own select setting tab. The keyframe in which their active parents are editable via Geo Nodes. Does it snap on the fly constraints with a viewport representation that is easily selectable? It can be activated or deactivated with a click. I see. Well, it's kind of hard to see. Oh, that doesn't actually help any. Oh, I guess I can zoom in now. Set custom shape. Leg selector. Into something we don't see. Interesting. Another node system that I have to learn. so silly. Wait. Interesting. What the hell? Oh. It's cool though. I wonder when it's gonna come out. It'd be interesting to see what people can do with it. Kind of like with Geo Nodes, I guess. Interesting to see how what people use it for. All right. Back to the video. It's a very long video. Maybe it was a bit of a mistake to watch such long videos, especially since I just mentioned the fact that I didn't sleep well last night. So my eyes are drooping, but I am paying attention, don't you worry.
Shift X, I expected that I would have to press Shift X and then click to sample, but that is not the case. Just place your mouse over the area you want to sample and press Shift X, and that will sample the weight under the mouse. Right here I have full influence, so Shift X, and I'll have weight of.
I wonder if I changed that. I think I... Oh, you know what? That was for the painting, actually. Never mind. I changed the, uh, the... the keybind for sampling colors when it came down to, texture painting. Alright. I think, yeah, they changed it to Shift X also for the texture painting sampling. I changed it back to S, though, since that's what I was used to. And I don't think anything else was using S.
One. Next we have sample group, and when I activate this tool I can click on a bone, and honestly I'm not sure what happens. I'm not sure what this does, but if you do, this is how you sample a group. The tooltip says that this will select one of the vertex groups available under the current mouse position, and there you have it. Next we have
Clown emoji.
gradient, linear.
That fucking clown emoji.
And this will allow you to apply a gradient. So this is the same as using this gradient here. And also, I can go to weights, gradient radial, and create a radial gradient without changing my tool. So as you can see, a lot of these changes and updates in weight paint mode are meant to reduce the need of switching between different tools.
That is honestly good, though. I did have to switch a lot of tools when it came to weight painting, so I'm glad they changed that. I have to learn the keybinds, though.
You can just have the draw brush active and paint weights, remove weights, smooth weights, sample weights, set the weight for the entire group, and even create gradients. So the shortcuts are Shift A for linear and Shift Alt A for radial. So Shift A and just drag for a gradient, and Shift Alt and A and drag for a radial gradient. And I really like these changes. These are exactly the workflow improvements that I'm hoping for. And some more changes in the key map. In weight paint mode, we have these selection modes for vertices or faces. And if you like to use shortcuts, the shortcut for vertex selection used to be V, and for face selection, I honestly don't remember. But now in Blender 4, the shortcuts are 1 for face selection and 2 for vertices. And that is very similar to edit mode. In edit mode, 1 is vertex selection, 2 edges, and 3 is faces. How we select the elements has also changed. To select elements, I can Alt and click on them. And then Alt and Shift will add to the selection or remove from the selection. And it is the same in vertex selection mode. Alt to select, Alt Shift to add and remove vertices. The pose library also received an update. If I go to pose mode for this character, I have this shelf with poses. By default, it's going to be contracted, you won't see it. To expand it, go to this little triangle here and click on it. You can also make the shelf taller if you have a lot of facets.
Okay. This time I actually showed you how to access that new pose thing. Ah, interesting. For some, this reminds me of I guess like PNG tubers, where they have like their models change, depending on like their emotions, I guess. But instead of that, it's like in 3D. You could just click on the different changes. Cool. I wonder how you add to this. Hopefully he goes over that, because I don't know.
You can change the size of the thumbnails. And in previous versions, the pose library was here in the end panel under animation pose library. So now in Blender 4, we just have this info telling us that the pose library was moved, and we have a button to toggle the shelf. In
Oh.
future versions, the pose library will probably disappear here from the end panel. I think this is only here for existing users to make their transition to the new shelf a little bit easier. By the way, I just watched my own tutorial on the pose library just to make sure that everything still works, and it does. This shelf here is the only significant change. So if you need detailed info about creating, storing, and using poses, check out my previous video.
Okay. Pose library. Oh shit.
Here I am in the
No. I'm not gonna check that out like immediately now,
New Year's resolution.
but this is probably gonna go towards the end, I think. What else? Where were we? Pose library. I think we're at the end of pose library.
to make sure that everything still works, and it does. This shelf here is the only significant change. So if you need detailed info about creating, storing, and using poses, check out my previous video. In the NLA, we have a nice little quality of life
NLA.
improvement. It used to be kind of difficult to reorganize the strips. One of the Blender developers made a funny joke about the strips being stuck in a maze, but now you can just select a strip and press G, or you can also click and drag, and you can place the strip anywhere you want. And you can see how when it starts overlapping another strip, it will change color, and if you release now, Blender will just place it at the closest possible position. Also, it used to be impossible
know
to
what this
move a
means.
strip through a locked track, but now it is possible. No problem at all. It's just that if I try to place this strip on the locked track, it won't work. This
Okay.
behavior is very nice and predictable, so big thanks to the developers that designed and implemented it. And another slight but important change in the NLA. As you probably know, if I select a strip and press tab, I can edit it. But there are two modes for editing a strip. If you go to edit, you can start tweaking a strip action full stack or lower stack. And now the shortcut tab is assigned to full stack. Until now it was assigned to lower stack. Lower stack means that when I start editing this action, I will only see how it is affected by the tracks below it. Full stack means that I'll also be able to see the influence of the tracks above the action that I'm editing. And of course, you would usually want to see the full stack. But until Blender 4, there was a technical issue which made using full stack a little bit unreliable. So on the surface, it's a key map change, but what may be more important is that the underlying issue has been fixed. And something else that is good to keep in mind is that the shortcuts for duplicating an NLA strip has been flipped. From the edit menu, you can see that we can duplicate or duplicate linked. Duplicate means that we'll get a new strip containing a whole new copy of the original action. Duplicate linked will also copy the strip, but the strip will now contain a duplicate link to the original action, so no new action will be created. These shortcuts used to be the other way around, but let's see how this works. If I press Shift-D and duplicate this strip and try to edit it, you will see that it's called injured, and a couple of the other strips turned red. That is to indicate that they are using the same linked action. Now if I press Alt-D and then edit this action with tab, you'll see that my action is called injured 001, so it is a completely new action, and none of these strips is red, because none of the strips contains the same action. So I'm not sure how I feel about this change, because it is not consistent with other parts of Blender. For example, in the 3D viewport, Shift-D duplicates, and Alt-D creates a linked duplicate. But either way, that is what we have, so keep it in mind. In the graph editor, you may see huge performance improvements when working with dense graphs with a lot of curves, a lot of keyframes, and a lot of transform channels.
Yikes. Look how fucking crazy that fucking graph is. Jesus. Does it really get that complicated? That's spooky. Anyway, so I forgot to tweet out some things today. Wait, what? Wait, what? Alright, sorry. This is good though, I think. Taking a little break while I do something else real quick. It allows me to sort of, I guess, whoops, pull my mind out for a moment so I don't get too, I guess, like, bored or tired. Alright. Alright. There we go. I think that's it. Hold on. Yeah, that's it. Back into it. 9 more minutes, or I guess 8 more minutes.
Also, there is a new smoothing algorithm called Butterworth, and I would be lying if I told you that I knew exactly how it works and what its uses are, but it does seem very useful for working with dense curves such as mockup data. So I'll definitely be exploring this, and once it makes sense to me, I may make a tutorial about it. And related to that, we have a bunch of new blend modes. Again, I'm not an expert on these. I just started playing around with them myself. Another nice update in the graph editor, we can now update multiple curve modifiers at the same time. So if I add a noise modifier to this curve and the same noise modifier on another curve, then I can shift select both curves, or maybe box select them and make one of them active. Now both of them have the noise modifier, so for example, I can alt and click on the scale factor and both curves, or rather both modifiers, will be affected. And that will work for as many curves that you have the noise modifier on. This is based on the modifier name, so if I rename this one to noise1, now one is called noise, the other one is noise1, so now alt clicking will not work. So they have to have the same name, and then you'll be able to modify their overlapping values at the same time. Now for some additional changes, we're going to take a look at the release notes. By the way, this is the most complete document where you can see almost all important changes in a new Blender version. And I'm going to share a link, but now if you go to animation and rigging, I already covered most of these updates. Pose library, bone collections and colors. Then we have a change in bendy bones, which will make them behave differently, presumably better, when weights are applied. And I'm not ready to cover this, but in Blender, if you want to know how to enable this new feature, you have to select your bone, which should be a bendy bone, meaning that it should have bendy bone segments. And you'll see this new vertex mapping setting, which is set to straight, which means the same behavior as in previous versions. And if you want to use the new and improved version, you can switch it to curved. And that should give you better B-bone deformations, but it may be slower to compute. Then we have an update to the preserve volume algorithm of the armature modifier. Here you can see the before and after. If you use preserve volume, and you bend and also scale some bones, you'll get something weird like this, whereas the improved algorithm in Blender 4 will give you proper deformations. What I love about this update is that supposedly this whole problem was caused by something called crazy space. Nice.
What?
So just for reference, preserve
Nice.
volume is part of the armature modifier. It's a checkbox, and if you enable it, it will slightly change how weighting is applied to your mesh. I generally keep it off because it has some drawbacks and also it cannot be exported to game engines and such. But if you do use it, you'll have a nice experience with it in Blender 4. This next segment is a bit of a mixed bag. On the one hand,
Scale
Blender
people
now
recognition.
has Save Incremental. So if you go to File, you'll find Save Incremental. So if I save my file and give it a name,
Oh, like that one add-on I use.
and then I go to File, Save Incremental, a number will be added to my file name, and every time you click Save Incremental, the number will be updated. This is awesome. This is a feature that every software needs. However, the shortcut for this new feature is Ctrl-Alt-S, which used to be assigned to other features. Namely, for bones, if I switch my viewport display to B-bone, I used to be able to select a bone and press Ctrl-Alt and S to change the thickness of this B-bone. And this can be very useful when doing complex rigging with a lot of overlapping bones. Now the new shortcut is Ctrl-Alt-Shift and S.
What?
And all I can say is, you gotta be kidding me. If you're rigging, you're going to hate this. So here is one way to adjust your key map. Go to Edit Preferences,
You gotta be kidding
Key
me.
Map, and search for Save, and find a shortcut that says Ctrl-Alt and S, that is your incremental save, and just disable it. So you won't have a shortcut for incremental save, but unless you're saving every 5 seconds, you should be fine. Then look for B-bone, and you have Scale B-bone under Pose and Armature. So this is the same thing for Pose mode and Edit mode. So expand both and untick Shift. And now I should have the old behavior of Ctrl-Alt and S. And if I want to save incrementally, I just have to go to File, Save Incremental. Next we have Rigify, Blender's integrated auto-rigging system. As always, it is not enabled by default, so enable it from the add-ons. And the basic workflow with the predefined meta rigs has not changed much. You'll be able to use them as before. However, if you want to go deeper and customize your rigs, a lot has changed to make Rigify work with the new bone collections. This affects the meta rig setup, and that will require a separate video to cover properly, and I think it's about time to update my Rigify courses. One thing I will tease though is that in Blender 4 you will now have access to a new spline tentacle rig type, and I'm sure that all of you who need to rig tentacles for various reasons will rejoice.
Shut up.
And a quick
That's a
word
tail.
about compatibility of Rigify rigs that you bring from all the versions of Blender into Blender 4. Here I'll open a Rigify rig that I created in Blender 3.6. And it will mostly work, but the rig layers will not be visible because of the big bone collections changes. So ideally, you should have your meta rig. As a general rule, keep your meta rig around. Select your meta rig, go to the Armature tab, and you'll have a button to upgrade the meta rig to the new system. Regenerate your rig, and you should be all set, and you'll have your rig layers. Speaking of breaking changes, they are to be expected in such a major release. In general, you should be able to bring your data from older versions of Blender into newer versions, but some problems may occur, and they are especially common with rigs. Pierrick Picot did a really nice guide for upgrading your non-Rigify rigs
From
from
my rig.
Blender 3 to Blender 4. I'll share a link and I recommend watching it. I think we managed to cover a lot of animation and rigging features. If you want to make sure that you haven't missed anything, you can check out the release notes. I usually read animation and rigging, and I also go to add-ons and check for any updates to Rigify. Here we also have GLTF improvements which can be useful to you if you export to game engines such as Godot. And you can also learn about all of the other updates in geometry nodes, modeling, sculpting, shading, and so on. Of course, there are also other videos that cover the updates in Blender 4. A lot of them will give you a more broad overview of all of the different new features. I'll share a link to a couple of them, so check them out. And finally, if you enjoy Blender and if you can afford it, please consider supporting.
Right, that's it. Oh god, now I get to like the difficult question of should I save this? It's a good overview. It does mention a bunch of keybinds, although it is a very long video. And a lot of the parts of the video I don't necessarily understand / will use at the moment. So I don't think I'm going to save this one. I'm probably going to skip the what's new with Rigify because I haven't touched Rigify yet, and I probably won't. Probably today. Well, unless I watch this Rigify course. Oh, but this is the updated one, which is really nice. He did say he was going to update it, so... What should I watch? So many videos, I don't know exactly, which one I should watch first. I feel like these videos are definitely like, for much later. Alright, let's watch the, Rigging for Impatient People, I think. What's Joey? Joey's a good man. That's a good question. I'm not exactly, because I get rigging for the most part. Like I'm pretty sure I made this rig myself. And I have made rigs before, so I do know, I guess, like the basics. So yeah, I'm just trying to like, I guess I'm just like watching random stuff to see if there's like any points that I don't know so that I can look at that specifically. I will look into Rigify though. I already have a video, or I guess a couple videos for that. I guess that would be the next step. That would mean building a rig again with, yeah. I'd have to build a rig. Base content, FK, IK controls. Yeah. Do you think doing FK, IK stuff, should I do it before I dive into Rigify? Because if that's better to do earlier, then I'll probably move those videos that do mention FK, IK and stuff like that forward on the list of videos to watch. It depends if you want to know what and why Rigify is how it is. What does this video talk about? This one might be, I think this might be a bit broad. Might be better to watch this one actually first. This is animation stuff, so I need a rig before I could do that. This is white painting stuff, most likely. And this is, I guess, a little bit more advanced stuff, I think. Also, this stuff is old, so I don't know if it'll even work. And this white paint stuff. And the pose library. Okay. Watch this one next. Since just a quick glance at the video, it kind of seems like a more broad idea of how rigging is. And then after that, I'll watch the rigging for impatient people and Joey's IKFK switch video. And then we'll dive into Rigify afterwards. And we'll see how that turns out. Is there any videos here that I like? Animating legs, I think that's like for animation. Might save that for later. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm gonna learn Rigify. I guess there might be a more, I guess, like, conclusive method or way to do this. I'm not exactly sure, though. I will get to Rigify. Maybe today. These videos aren't very long. Unless I'm gonna, like, follow along, which I might do for some of, like, the IKFK stuff. I should get to Rigify today. Let's continue. Waste no time.
Rigging in 3D may seem complex when you first look at it. You've probably seen rigs like this and think, what do any of those controls do? And
True. I have seen that and been like, that looks crazy. I didn't know this was Rigify for the longest time when I first started off in Blender.
how do you even begin to set them up? But when you break it all down, it's actually not that bad. You just need to think of it as 3 individual components: skeletons, skins, and controls. You probably already understand these 3 concepts just by name. I mean, it's what humans are made up of. You control the skeleton, and the skeleton controls the skin. It's really as simple as that. With that in mind, all we need to do is understand how each of these components work individually, and then put them all together in the end. So let's give it a shot, starting with skeletons. Consider the following. Let's say you have an action figure, and you want to take it apart. You could remove its arms and legs, but you can still pose those body parts by themselves. You can still flex the arm, pose the hand, extend the leg. It's still an entire arm and leg. Then you continue to take it apart, removing the forearm from the upper arm, the thigh from the calf. Now, when it's in pieces like this, you can't pose any of it. So that means each body part controls what's attached to it. When you put the arm back together, the upper arm controls the forearm, and the forearm controls the hand. And the same goes for the leg. The thigh controls the calf controls the foot. This creates a hierarchy. One part controls another part. You can think of it sort of like a chain, where moving one part of the chain moves the next one down the chain. If you put the arm back in place, it'll be controlled by the body. If you snap the legs back in, then the hips will control the legs. And just like the video I did on legs, everything starts at the hips. So the hips control everything, then the body, then the arms and head. The same is true for skeletons, both real and virtual. A skeleton is made up of a hierarchy of bones or joints. To make things easier, we can think of everything at the top of a hierarchy a parent, and anything below it as a child. A child follows whatever the parent does. This parent-child hierarchy is the most basic building block of rigging. If all you want to do is put solid objects together in a hierarchy, you can build basically anything. You can make robots, vehicles, machinery, puppets, and action figures. It's all just solid objects in a hierarchy. Parent objects that control child objects, and those child objects are parents to other child objects. So when it comes to skeletons, what we care about is this: the rotation. We want to keep in mind 2 things about the rotation: what direction each joint rotates in, and where specifically the rotation happens. Let's think of the action figure again from earlier, when it was separated into all of its individual parts. When you take an individual body part, like the arm, the center would be here, right? But if we want the action figure to work when we put it back together, we actually need to rotate it here for the arm to make sense. It's like a ball joint. We want the rotation to happen where the
Okay,
arm
I see.
connects to the body, so it rotates the rest of the arm in a way that makes sense. Think of this as the pivot point, and keep in mind that every joint
That's
has
fine.
a pivot point it rotates from. As for the directions each joint rotates in, computers keep track of rotations in 3 directions, and you want those rotation directions to make sense. You could rotate the forearm joint like this, but for arms, that doesn't make much sense, does it? Instead, we want it to rotate towards the upper arm. That's joint orientation, and it's good to keep in mind if the joints rotate the way you expect them to when you're setting everything up. And that's pretty much the gist of skeletons. You know, it's actually simple enough that you could even think of skeletons as a bunch of points in space. You don't actually need the parts in between, just as long as that hierarchy exists. The hierarchy and how it rotates is the important part. So with all that in mind, let's talk about skinning. But first, I've got something I need to plug in. You're watching this for free with no sponsors, so if this video helped you at all, consider...
I wonder if this is animated, like actually like in Blender. This is pretty cool though. I think Joey does this as well recently with his videos. He animates his character. Really cool. Really cool.
supporting me on Patreon. This is my full-time job now, so it would mean a lot. Thanks. Just like real humans, you gotta have meat on your bones, and the equivalent to your fleshy human meat is your 3D model. The skeleton we built earlier lives inside this 3D model, and it's used to deform the model and make it move like a human. Pretty easy to understand. But there's a problem. Previously we were using rigid pieces like an action figure, but here it's one whole fleshy piece. What do you do about parts like this that intersect? Which joints influence these parts of the model? Well, the answer is both of them do. We just need to figure out how much we want each joint to influence it. Let's think of it in the simplest way we can, and consider one joint at a time. Just like our skeleton, our model is also made up of a bunch of points in space, all interconnected together. These points in the model are definitely the upper arm, so we want them 100% controlled by the upper arm joint. The same goes for these points on the model that are definitely the forearm, so we want those 100% controlled by the forearm joint. But these points in the middle, near the elbow, where does the forearm end and the upper arm begin? If these points are 100% forearm, it creates a sharp edge and doesn't look right. But the same happens to the upper arm. So we want both joints to share the space. Since it seems about equal, we can have them shared 50-50. It still adds up to 100%, but it's shared half and half between the upper arm and the forearm. And as a result, both joints share that part of the model equally. You can think of the elbow as a transition between both joints, creating a nice curve when the arm bends. This is called skin weights. Every point on a model is weighted towards
I already
one
knew
or
that
more
one.
joints. Remember, the skeleton and the 3D model are completely separate objects by themselves. Skeletons are a bunch of individual solid objects in a hierarchy, while 3D models are one flexible object. What we're doing is connecting them together and applying that hierarchy to that 3D model. Now, it may seem a bit complex to do this to every point on a model, but consider this. What if you could paint the influences onto that model? For example, let's say this brush is linked to the upper arm joint, and every point we paint with that brush adds 50% to that point. If we add it to the same point a second time, another 50% is added, making it 100%. Then we switch to a brush for the forearm. We can paint the elbow just once for 50%, and the model's actual forearm twice, so it's 100% influenced by the forearm joint. This is called weight painting, as we're literally painting the weight of influence each joint has on that part of the model. If you don't quite understand what this means, which is completely understandable because this is by far the weirdest step of the process, think of it this way. Let's say the entire model was skinned to the upper arm joint. This means the arm is only following that joint, and posing the forearm and wrist would do nothing. So when we switch to the forearm brush and paint the forearm part of the model with the skeleton still posed, notice how the model now matches the way the skeleton is posed. For you 3D artists out there, if you struggle with weight painting, this is the way to do it. Weight paint the entire model to one joint, like the hips, pose your skeleton, and then focus on 2 joints at a time. Keep it simple, stupid. By the way, joints don't need to correspond to actual real-world human bones. You can technically use these to drive basically anything. At its core, it's just a way of having a point in space control another point in space. The only exception would be the face and all of its intricate details, but that's a video for another day. Audible wink and on-screen text.
I wonder if I'm gonna take time to learn face rigging. It would be interesting to learn it. I probably will give it a shot. It's like one subset, I guess, of rigging that I do want to look into. I never considered doing it because usually I do most of my face, I guess, animation using shape keys. It would be nice to know though how to do face rigs.
That says subscribe.
Hmm.
What do you mean don't read that part out? Finally, we have controls. We understand skeletons, and we understand how to use those skeletons to drive the skin. But you don't usually want to animate the skeleton by itself. I mean, you could, nothing's stopping you, but you could also just drive the chassis of a car, or turn a PC on without its case. Adding controls on top makes
That's what I
everything
do. No,
much
I am
clearer
joking.
and easier to understand. Here's the basic idea behind controllers. Instead of animating the model or the skeleton itself, we're creating objects that will instead represent parts of that character, and using those to drive the skeleton underneath. They can control other stuff, but we'll get to that. What object you choose is completely up to you. You could choose a ring, a box, an arrow, a diamond, a gear. In theory, you can use anything here, because all we're doing is using an object to control another object. You could literally use a banana if you wanted, I'm not a cop. But the important part is that it's clear and easy to understand what controls what. Which controller controls the arm versus which controller controls the shoulder. In my opinion, this is the fun part, because it becomes a puzzle of figuring out the simplest and clearest way to represent that part of the character. You've probably noticed that we're using thin 2D curves for our controls. These are actually NURBS curves, and it actually used to be the primary way of creating 3D stuff like Toy Story and Donkey Kong Country. All those are NURBS surfaces. Even though we don't use NURBS anymore in favor of polygons, they're still useful to us as rig controls, since they're always the same thickness no matter how close you are to them. If you don't understand anything I just said, don't worry about it. It doesn't really matter. Just think of them as the objects used for rigs. So now that we have our objects in place, we want them to actually control what they represent. Right now, we can rotate and move them around, but they won't do anything just yet. We need to constrain the joint to the controller. Constraints are basically tying one object to another. If the controller rotated 45 degrees, then the object it's constraining will also rotate 45 degrees. There's a few ways to do this, but they all have the same end result. We want the joint to copy what the controller does. Furthermore, we can put the controllers themselves in a parent-child hierarchy, just like we did earlier with the skeleton. Since each object now constrains the joint it represents, the controllers should have the same hierarchy. The upper arm controller contains the forearm and the hand. That's the basics of it. One controller for each joint, and you constrain each joint to each controller. But at this point, if the controls do the exact same thing the skeleton does, you may be wondering why we don't just animate the skeleton directly. By separating our skeleton out from our controls, there's a lot of things we can do to those controls that will make our lives easier when we want to animate. For example, what if we want to rotate the hips without moving the rest of the body? This isn't possible with just the skeleton, because rotating the hip joint will always rotate the...
Yo, I literally thought this is a major issue that I was dealing with. Oh shit. Adding controllers fixes that? Wait, hold on. That's actually pretty nice.
rest of the upper body. But our controls can have a more complex hierarchy than the skeleton. We can have a bigger control that contains the entire upper body, and a controller specifically for the hips. The point I'm trying to make is that you can make controls for pretty much anything, not just one control for each individual joint. And we can also add settings to those controls to change how they function. Like if you wanted the head to only move with the upper body, but not rotate with it, you could add a setting that turns off one of the constraints we added earlier. One more thing, FK versus IK. I have a whole video on how to animate FK versus IK, but now I want to explain how to actually implement it. Basically everything I've described so far is an FK setup. If your controllers rotate and they're in a hierarchy, that's FK. This works pretty well for the arms, but for legs, you'll need IK, otherwise your feet will never stick in place. Usually, you have two controls for IK, one that controls the foot's position, and one that controls where the knee is aiming. But there are times where you may want your arms in IK or your legs in FK, so we need a way to switch between the two. The nitty-gritty setup of this will depend on what 3D program you use, and I try not to make these videos too specific to a program, so this is going to be a real draw the rest of the owl moment. But here's the usual setup. Use 3 sets of joints. One is FK, one is IK, and the third set is the one we skinned earlier. The FK and IK sets of joints work like normal. They're still attached to the character and they have their own sets of controls, but only the skinned set of joints actually affect our model. Then we can set up a toggle that can turn on and off. When the toggle is off, the skin joints rotations match the FK joints rotations. When the toggle is on, it matches the IK joints rotations. You could do this with constraints, drivers, expressions, set-driven keys, whatever works for your 3D program. but you just need some way to create a toggle somewhere and have it linked to those 3 sets of joints. We can create a small control next to the arm or leg that holds this toggle, and any other settings we need for the arm. This is pretty common with a lot of rigs, and is what I meant earlier that controls can be pretty much anything. And I mean anything. There's way more beyond the scope of this video, and it's all just super cool. You could have the feet roll automatically, or have the spine stretch and compress, or set up automatic positions for the fingers. If you want to go beyond rigging into vehicles or quadrupeds, then those have their own unique issues too. I love this stuff. It's a little complicated to learn at first, but it's all just so satisfying, like finally solving a complex puzzle. When you're new to it, it can all seem confusing and repetitive. These 3 steps, skeletons, skinning, and controls, are mostly the same for every character. But when you understand those 3 steps, you can eventually do them with your eyes closed. And then after that point, everything you implement is completely unique to what you want out of that character. In a way, rigging is its own form of art. It combines engineering with animation and UI. It can be expressive and creative, trying to elegantly condense complicated controls into something that's easy to use and understand. Or it can be super complex and you can show off your skills with the fanciest ideas and implementations. You can make rigs without a single line of code, or program entire auto rigging software to do it all for you. It's a massive, vast world of possibilities, and it's all just to bring characters to life. And in a way, I just find it all very beautiful. And now I hope you do too. Thanks for watching.
That was actually a really good fucking video. I'm gonna have to like that one. And maybe hit subscribe. That was a really good video, holy shit. I think I have to save I have to save that one. Goes. Yeah, right? That was a really good intro video. Good stuff. All right. Hold on one moment. I'll be right back, and when I come back, we'll watch rigging for impatient people. Because why not? That means my rig is actually... I thought there was something wrong with my rig because of the way the hips worked. But now I see maybe there isn't something wrong with it, and I just need to play around with Rigify and constraints or controls. Interesting. Alright, yeah. I'll be right back. Alright, let's continue. Depending on what these videos go over, if they cover a lot of stuff that I already know, I might just end up skipping it, and moving on to the Rigify stuff. Although it would be good to watch it because I think he's gonna go over, I guess, some of the basic stuff, some tricks, waypoint settings, Rigify rigging, some basic stuff, I guess. So it would be a nice overview. But instead of like last video where he just kind of talked about stuff, this guy will actually be showing us in Blender how it's done. It was more broad, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. Yikes. Alright, let's go. We'll see.
Complicated, especially as you get into more advanced topics like constraints and drivers, but maybe you only need something simple, or maybe you're just impatient. So here are some of the basics of rigging for when you want to get started fast. I'll be talking about two main rigging styles. One is a rig that deforms the model, and the second keeps each piece rigid and separated. For the first one, I'm using a character I made, but this will work for anything you want to bend and deform. Press Shift A to add an armature, and if you don't want your bones to be covered by the model, then you can go to Object Data Properties, it looks like a little running person, and turn on In Front. This is also where you can change the shape of your bones and show the names and axes. Then just select the armature, tab into edit mode, and you can select the head or tail of the bone, move them around with G, and extrude with E to place your bones. The thick end is the head, and that's where the bones will pivot from when you're in pose mode. I'll usually do the center of the body and then 1/2 if the model is symmetrical. You can get the bones close to the body by using snapping. I'll usually set it to face project and center. Then when you're moving around, you can hold Control to snap, and you can adjust it from there. This is good for shapes that get a little weird, like you could rig tree branches more easily this way. You can also Shift D to duplicate bones, parent bones with Control P, either connected or keep offset, and you can unparent or disconnect bones with Alt P. If your model is symmetrical, then select all of the bones that aren't in the middle and press Control F2 to batch rename. Set this to bones, this to set name, and suffix. Type $L and press OK. Now all of the bones on the left side of your character have a .L at the end of their names. This is important if you ever want to mirror poses. There's also an auto-naming option that does pretty much the same thing if you right-click. Now with all of those bones still selected, right-click and choose Symmetrize to copy all of the left side bones over to the right. Tab back into object mode, select your model, shift-click your armature, Control P, and choose Armature Deform with automatic weights. And you can do this if your model is multiple objects too. Just select all of the objects and then the armature last. This should add an armature modifier to your objects and also a bunch of vertex groups that have the same names as your bones. This is where the weight painting information is stored. And if at some point you mess up and want to start over, you can remove the armature modifier and delete all of the vertex groups with this arrow. Select the armature, press Ctrl.
I didn't know that was a thing. I always delete all my fucking vertex groups one by one using the fucking subtract button. God damn it. That's such a dumbass.
Tab to go into pose mode and start moving things around to test your rig out. If this gave you a good result, then this could be the end of the video for you. If you got an error that says bone heat weighting failed, that's because your mesh has too many overlapping parts. I'd recommend either remeshing it, doing retopology, or editing it to make parts not overlap. Or you can split the model into multiple objects and try applying automatic weights that way. Another common issue is deformation like this, which is caused by not having enough geometry. Like if you want a cube to bend and be all curly, you can't really do that with only 8 points. So try adding more loop cuts and then applying automatic weights again. It's also pretty likely that you'll get some deformation that looks wrong to you. This is the automatic approach after all, and you can fix this with weight painting. Whoa, don't leave yet. People love to joke about how scary or painful weight
This fucking image, what the fuck? So dumb.
painting is, and they're right, but it's not as bad when you know a few tricks. First of all, you can redo automatic weights for your entire model or only for specific bones. Just go into pose mode and select the bones you want, then go back into object mode, select your model, and go into weight paint mode. Go up to weights and assign automatic from bones. Blender will remember what bones you had selected in pose mode and redo those weights. And this is nice if you don't want to start over completely.
Yeah, right?
You can
It's
also
so
try
funny.
moving bones around and reapplying weights to get different results. If you have to do this a lot, I recommend going to Edit and turning Lock Object Modes off. Then you should be able to click on different objects in your scene. You can select from the outliner too, and Blender will remember what mode you were in last, so it's a lot faster. When your armature is in pose mode and your model is in weight paint mode, you should be able to control click to select bones and view their weights. Shift click for multiple bones, and as usual, A to select everything and Alt A to deselect. Posing works in here too. And before painting, let's talk about settings I recommend using.
Hambony will save your life someday.
First is under viewport overlays. Turn on wireframe. You should
Yes.
use this especially if your model has a subdivision surface modifier on it, because the weights are only going to affect the points on the original mesh, and that's what this is showing. Next, go to Tool Settings, Options, and turn on Auto Normalize. This makes it so when you add weights to one bone, it will take them away from others, and you won't have multiple bones that are trying to control the same area. There's also a symmetry option here that could save you some time. And if you want to paint all the way through your model, then you have to turn on Projected under Fall Off, and turn off Front Faces Only under Advanced Brush Settings. Just be careful and make sure you change it back when you don't want it to work this way. Now you can start painting. Set the weight to decide whether you want to add or remove influence. Blue is 0 or no influence, and red is 1 or complete influence. And use F to change the brush size. You can also turn the strength down to adjust the weights a small amount at a time. If your painting is a little sloppy, then you can smooth it out by going to Weights and choosing Smooth, and then decide whether you want to smooth everything or only the bones you have selected. And when you're done weight painting, make sure to turn Lock Object Modes back on. If you want a more rigid result with no bending, then you'll need a different approach. The first way of doing this is by parenting directly to bones and avoiding weights altogether, but this only works if your model is made of a bunch of separate objects. Select one of your objects, then shift-click the armature and go into pose mode. Select the bone you want to parent it to, Control P, and choose Bone. Now that object should follow the bone when you move it. This gets pretty annoying when you have to do it over and over again, so you can use this add-on to make the process faster. You can get similar results using weights, and this also works if your model is only one object, unlike the previous way. And this is easier when you make bone names visible under Object Data Properties. Select your model and then your armature, Control P, and parent with empty groups. Then select your model and go into edit mode. There should be a bunch of vertex groups with the same names as your bones, and if you have a lot of bones, you can click this arrow to search by name. Then all you do is select the vertex group of the bone you want, select the body part by hovering over it and pressing L, make sure the weight is set to 1, and press Assign. And just like before, that piece should now follow the bone. This process is arguably even more annoying when you have a lot of bones, so here's a way that usually gets the weights pretty close. Go into edit mode, press period, or go up here to change your pivot point to individual origins, then press S and point 1 to scale everything down to 1/10 of the size. Go back into object mode, select the model and then the armature and parent with automatic weights. Then go back into edit mode, select everything and scale up by 10 to return everything to its original size. This usually works for most of the model, but depending on the shapes you're using, you might have to clean it up with the more manual method that I showed before. Just make sure to remove the weights on the part you're selecting before you try to assign, otherwise you might get some overlapping weights. And to clear up small weight issues like this, you can try using this quantize option in weight paint mode and set it to 1. That should make all of the weights be either 0 or 1. Let's go into pose mode and rotate some bones around, then press I to insert a keyframe for the bones that you have selected. Change the pose and press I to insert another keyframe, and now it's animated. And if you named your bones the way I mentioned earlier, then you can copy a pose with Ctrl-C and mirror it with Ctrl-Shift-V. If you want to be able to pose by moving the ends of the limbs, the quick way is by turning on Auto IK under Pose Options. Then when you move your bone, you can use your scroll wheel to change the chain length. This is nice for quick and dirty animations, but for maximum control, you'll need to set up some real inverse kinematic constraints. That's what IK stands for. Select the armature and go into edit mode, and I'll set this up for the legs. So you can either create a new bone by extruding from the ankle, or you can just use the foot bone. If you make a new bone, make sure deform is turned off, so when you do the weights, it doesn't actually influence the mesh. Select that bone, press Alt-P, and clear parent. Then go into...
Okay, I might actually follow this along, because I don't think Regulus has any IK stuff. I did this before, I think. I can't remember where. Oh, where should I stick it out from? I guess this. Yeah, let's do this. That makes sense. Wait, hold on. Oh, I could quickly check. Where was it again? Isn't it with like the weights?
over again, so you can use this add-on.
Oh, well, there we go. Parent to nearest bone. This is only for, I think he mentioned, rigid rigging. Alright, hold on. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Mm-mm. Yeah. I mean, I think... Yeah. I'm looking at all his animation rigging. He has a playlist for it. I'm not gonna check out his older work, because I assume a lot of that stuff's outdated. But, yeah. Looking at some of his, newer work. Honestly, I might not even have to watch the IK video he did, because he's talking about IK right now. Although, oh, this is an IK FK switch, which the other guy talked about when it comes to like rigging. So I might still watch it. Anyway, sorry, let's go back to where we were.
Or you can just use the foot bone. If you make a new bone, make sure deform is turned off, so when you do the weights, it doesn't actually influence the mesh. Select that bone, press Alt-P, and clear parent.
Alt-P. I should probably name it, shouldn't I? Something. I forgot what, in a video that I watched going over IK, they called it like root or point or pole or something stupid like that. I don't know what to call it though. Wait, what? Hold on. What's that? Pose with the knee points toward IK target is what the IK chain tries to touch. IK root would be the root bone of the IK chain. Ah, okay. I guess that's what it means. I wonder if you'll go over the naming. because I will have to symmetrize it. Symmetrize. I want to see something. Oh, you know what? This might actually have been a rigify bone. Or rigify, and I just removed some parts of it. Anyway.
Then go into pose mode, select the IK bone, shift select the leg bone, press Shift I, and add IK to active bone. You
I wonder if this works, because these bones are not together. Wait, was it against something?
P and clear parent. Then go into pose mode, select the IK bone, shift select the leg bone, press Shift I, and add IK to active bone. You should get a different result now when you move the IK bone, and the yellow bone should have a bone constraint on it. Not a regular constraint, the one with the bone on it. You can also add it from here if you don't use the shortcut Shift I.
Sorry.
These options let you change the chain length. For legs, 2 or 3 is usually what you want. If your legs don't bend, try going into edit mode and moving the joints a little bit in the direction that you want them to bend. And if you want more control over where the bone chain is pointing, then you need a target bone, which is what this spot is for. Do this the same way we added the IK.
Okay. I want to see if this works. Whoops. Oh, wait, what? Whoa. We... There we go. Fantastic. Now I just need to add the, what's it called? I need to add the pole. Right. Is this like moved a bit? Oh, it is moved a bit. I think I saw a way of how I could also use this bone to influence the rotation of the foot. I might have to. I did save that video so I could look at it in a minute.
Go into edit mode
I
and
did.
extrude from the knee and Alt-P to clear the parent. I'll usually name this something with target in the name. Go back to the constraint.
Oops. Alt-P. Move it forward a bit. Call it left target. Whoops. Oh.
Select the armature, then select the target bone. If your leg isn't pointing the right way, then change the pole angle. If you set all of this up on half of your model and name it properly,
Alright, that should be fine. Whoops. Had the video selected. Yeah.
And extrude from the knee and Alt-P.R at the end. Then when you symmetrize, the IK constraints will copy over as well. So save yourself some work and do it from the beginning if you plan to do it at all. This video is supposed to be short, so I left a bunch of topics out like bone roll, drivers, shape keys, and other bone constraints. If you want to learn more about rigging, then it might be time for something a little longer and more in-depth. And for that, you can check out my rigging playlist. If you want the file from this video, you can get that on Patreon. Oh yeah, one last thing. Make sure to move your model by selecting the armature. Otherwise...
How does fresh
At some point you may want to change bone names. Yeah. I thought this was the rig that I made, but I think this is actually the Rigify rig. Which is why it's labeled the first word is either left or right. When I did follow the other video that went over how to make a rig from scratch, I also used .l and .r. I might go back to that video to see what's up. Cause that's not how it is. What is this? Oh, I have some. Wait, did I? I don't know what happened. Anyway. Yeah, this doesn't roll. Or doesn't rotate as well as I would like it to. To be fair though, that was a very quick video. The question is, should I save it? Most of the stuff you went over, was pretty basic stuff I already know. Not very in-depth, so I probably won't save it. Right, well in this one he goes over IK and FK. Yeah, right, that was very much a breadcrumb. What? Watch this on IK FK switch, which hopefully should go more in depth into IK and also FK, which I didn't really know much about. I mostly hear about IK.
In this one, we're setting up a rig that lets you switch between using forward kinematics and inverse kinematics. This video is targeted towards people who already know basic rigging concepts like how to set up an IK constraint. So if you're confused by anything I'm talking about, I have a playlist of other rigging videos that I'll link to in the description. Also, if you want the project file for this video, check out my Patreon, which is where I keep all of the project files, coupon codes for free Gumroad products, and a bunch of other files that I don't share anywhere else. I also donate some of the profits to environmental causes each month. Link is in the description. The summary for this video is quick. First, I'll talk about the easy IK-FK switch, then I'll explain the concept behind the more complex version. Then we'll build the rig and use drivers to control the switch. Alright, let's get started. Alright, so here we are in Blender. I'm using version 2.93 for this one. So first, I'll add in an armature and we'll set up like a very simple chain. And I'm also going to turn on the names and the axes just temporarily. We can go into edit mode, and I'm just going to flip this around, rotate it 180 degrees like that. I'm just going to reset the roll to 0. For this, I'm just going to create 3 bones. This one's at the top. I'll extrude one down to about here, then one right there. So I want to explain like the easy method that I've used before to switch between IK and FK, and this just requires us to make an IK constraint. For the IK bone, I'll just extrude that down right here like that. This is going to be our IK controller, so you just want to hit Alt-P to clear the parent so it's not connected. And then we can go into pose mode. I'll rename this one IK.control because this is our IK controller. I just want to keep track of it. Then we'll select this one, shift select that, shift I to add IK to the active bone. So now we have our IK chain right here. I could add a target for this so we can change which way this is pointing, but I'm not going to worry about it too much right here. So the easy way to switch between IK and FK is basically just selecting this bone right here that has the IK constraint on it and using this influence to turn the IK off. That's pretty much the concept behind the easy method. This is the method that I've used in my other rigging videos, and you can even use a bone to change this influence if you want with drivers. That's something that I will get into a little later. You can check the timestamps down below if you want to just skip ahead to that. This method is fine, but what's better about the complex method is that you can see the IK and the FK bones at the same time. And this is nice because when you switch from one to the other, you know exactly where your deforming bones are going to go. So here's an example I made earlier explaining the concept behind the more complex method. So basically we're going to have our deforming bones right here, some IK bones, and we're going to have some FK bones. And the main idea behind this is that we're going to put constraints on the deforming bones to either match the transformation of our FK bones or our IK bones like that. And then we can just switch between them. So we already have our IK bones right here, and I just want to select all of these and move them to the second layer right here with M. So now I'm just going.
The issue with that is obviously that, wait, what is he on right now? He's on edit mode, okay. There's some more layers. I assume I could just use, bone collections instead of layers. We'll see.
Going to select these three right here. We don't need the controller bone to be duplicated. And I'll duplicate these with Shift D like that. And with those still selected, I'll move those to the first layer right here. We can check out.
All right, hold on.
Three right here. We don't need the controller bone to be duplicated. And I'll duplicate these with Shift D like that. And with those still selected, I'll move those to the first layer right here. We can check out the first.
They're still attached to the older bones. I wonder if I should remove them. Oh. Oops.
Like that. And with those.
I think I should. Oh. Oh, wait, hold on. I see what the issue is. Wait, do I see what the issue is? Hold on. Oh, I see what the issue is. I'm doing symmetry. Otherwise, it should work fine. Yeah, okay.
Those still selected, I'll move those to the first layer right here. We can check out the first layer. And I'll just rename these. I'm using an add-on called the Simple Renaming Panel. This is free, and you can download it if you want. I have a link in the description. Or you can just go through and rename these individually, which is fine also. I'll rename these DEF, and that stands for deforming. And then I can duplicate these, right-click to snap them back into place, and hit M and move those to layer 3. Let's go to layer 3 now.
Wait, what? Oh, I see. Okay, see.
Place and hit M and move those to layer 3.
All right.
Let's go to layer 3 now. These are going to be our FK bones. I'll just rename them FK like that. So So now we have 3 different sets of bones, the deforming, IK, and FK. And if you want, you can see all of them at the same time, but it gets a little messy, so that's why I put them on different layers. You can see all of them at the same time, but it gets a little messy, so that's why I put them on different layers. To make them easier to see, I'm just going to change their viewport display. And I'm also going to go through and change the color of each layer. So I just changed the size of each set of bones, and I changed the color also just so we can tell them apart a little more easily. So these are the deforming bones, these are the IK bones, they're blue, and these are the FK bones, which are yellow. I'm just going to check out the FK and the deforming bones and make sure that they don't have any constraints.
The hell? Oh, that was weird. What the hell? Oh, wait, what? Weird. Oh, shit. Okay, there we go. So I got myself confused with some things here. Okay. I see what I was supposed to do from the beginning. It should be fine now, though. I should probably color these, though, like he said. Alright. Let's continue.
So this one is good, and the deforming bones, I just got to get rid of that IK constraint, because that's only for the is good, and the deforming bones, I just got to get rid of that IK constraint, because that's only for the IK chain. So my
Okay.
IK bones, I'll move over here. The
Alright.
FK bones, I'll move over here. We can see all of them at the same.
Three-legged.
Time. So basically what we're going to do is add some constraints to these deforming bones right here. Just select this first bone right here, go over to bone constraints. Once again, make sure you're in pose mode for all of this. And then we can just do copy transforms. Then we have to get our armature, and we want this bone right here. So if you select it, you can see it's called IK001 right there. So that's what I'm looking for, IK.
Oh, shit.
001.
No, it's not IK.
There is a quicker way of doing this if you just want to use shortcuts. Select the IK bone first, and then the second one you select is the one that the constraint is going to be put on. So you select them in that order, then Control-Shift-C, and that will bring up this menu right here, and you can just choose Copy Transforms. So we'll do that.
Does not do that. Oh wait, oh maybe because of that. Hold on. No, it doesn't do that. They must have changed the what's it called? The keybind. That's fine.
for this last bone right here, Shift Control C, copy transforms. So next we're going to do pretty much the exact same thing except with the FK bones right here. So the deforming bones right here are going to have two separate sets of constraints. I'll just select this bone first, the FK, and then the deforming, Shift Control C, copy transform, and the last one right here.
What is it called again? Oh, FK, that's why. I already forgot. Gotcha.
Selected. If we turn the influence down on the second one, it'll go from matching the transformation of our FK bone to our IK bone, like that. We basically just have to do this for each separate constraint, which is kind of annoying, and there is a workaround that involves using drivers, so that's what we're going to do. Hit Tab to go back into edit mode, select a bone at the top and extrude upward, and I want to disconnect this, Alt-P.
I'm not sure if I'm gonna, well, I'm not sure if I'm gonna keep all this stuff that I'm doing, but I want to see what he's on about.
Clear parent, just move it up a little, like right about there. This is going to be our switch, so I'll just rename this switch, and you can put this on whatever layer you want. Looks like it's on the third layer, but if you select it and hit M, you can shift select all of these and it will be on every layer like that. What we're going to do is make it so that
What do I want to do with this one? Oh,
that when this goes up, this constraint turns on like that. And we're going to move this on the local Y axis right here. So select the deforming bone and come over to the constraint. And on the second influence, I'm going to right click and add a driver right here. Constraints, and on the second
oh, okay.
influence, I'm going to right click and add a driver right here. I'm just going to delete this part of the expression so it just says var, that's fine. For the object, we need to select the armature first, and then the bone, which we named switch, like that. And like I said, we want this to be the Y location of the local space. And now you can see when we move this up, it will turn on like that. I don't like how it moves around like this. So if you want this to be a little neater, you can add a constraint to it, a limit location constraint.
Oh, cool. Okay.
I'll switch this to local space and turn all of these on, including effect transform. We only want this to move 1 meter on the Y, so I'll just change this to 1. Now when we move it, it can only move in that direction like that. And now that we have this set up for that one bone,
I never knew what drivers were. How interesting. Oh, sorry.
all we have to do is come over here and copy that driver, and we just have to paste it for the other deforming bones.
Alright, cool. Dope.
So I'll just paste it like that, select this, paste it. And now we can easily switch from the FK to the IK bones. Now, when you're setting up your mesh, you just want to make sure that these bones in the middle are deforming your mesh and that the IK and FK bones are not. So that's pretty easy to do. You can select everything right here. If you come over to bone properties, you can see we have deform. I'm just going to hold Alt while I turn that off, and that will make it so that all of these are non-deforming. And we can just select these are deforming bones and hold Alt and turn them on. So now these 3 in the middle are the only deforming bones. And if I reset all of these and create a mesh for them to actually be parented to, I'll just do that really quickly. With that selected, I'll just shift click our armature, Control P with automatic weights like that. We'll add a subdivision surface to that too. Now, when we're in pose mode, you can see that it's following the inverse kinematics. And when we move this bone, it'll match the FK instead. I have experimented with snapping the IK bones to the same position as the FK and the other way around also. I haven't found like a good solution for that. Basically what I've tried is putting copy transform constraints on each of the IK.
Is Peric on your video list? Let me check. Okay, so we have CG Drive, who's gonna go over the Rigify stuff. Another one of Joey's. Canuck. Royal Skies. I think most of these are Royal Skies, actually. I'll probably delete most of these since I have his playlist. What is this? Oh, this is C Drive again. I do not know. He's a bit hard to listen to and sells courses, so it's not all there, but he appears to know something.
The search for the perfect...
Oh, the perfect IK rig in Blender, question mark? Does it do this to optimize for Blender? Here, let me put it here.
Perfect inverse kinematics rig in Blender and in other softwares is a never-ending quest, and it has been tackled many times. I'd like to answer this question today. What's the perfect inverse kinematic?
It's a good walkthrough over actual issues. Okay, then I'll probably move this up then. What was the next video I was gonna watch after the IK one? Oh, the Regify stuff. Okay, yeah. I'll watch this after I'm done with the current IK one that I'm watching. And see what's up. I'm probably not gonna keep the stuff that I'm learning from this IK video anyway, just because I think the Rigify one's gonna teach us that. Either way though, I might save the video because it does show something that the other guy talked about. I forgot what his name was. So yeah, let me finish this one and then I'll watch that one.
A bones to copy the location of the FK, and I
I think we're done actually. He's just talking about like a snapping experiment that he did. That they tried to do.
Same thing for the FK, except they're copying the IK. And obviously you don't want them to be on at the same time because then they'll just be trying to copy each other, and Blender gets kind of confused and it doesn't work right. But I was running into some issues with that, where when I try to control this, there is like a little lag. It doesn't seem to want to follow correctly. I think it's because of the weird dependency loop. You can't really have the two sets of bones trying to copy each other. Even if they're both turned off, it still seems to struggle with it. And you can see right here, this is what it would look like. You know, snap the FK to the IK, or snap the IK to the FK, like that. But it doesn't work perfectly.
Okay, yeah. I think we're done with this. Should I save it though? I did learn something from it, which is good. I'll save it, just in case. I'm gonna delete, anyway, the stuff that I learned from it at the moment. Just so that my rig doesn't get too messy. I guess this is like an IK to FK. It did teach me how to use drivers, which is something new that I don't really know about. I wouldn't say that. The main point is switching between controlling bone chains. That's just the influence. Yeah. Alright then, I won't save it then. Alright, let me clean this up. Which one? Okay, these are the ones I'm supposed to keep. The hell? Oh. We're in pose mode, that's fine. I might even delete the FK stuff he taught, since it's probably like a more in-depth video I could find that explains it a bit more in depth. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Then I don't say much stuff anyway. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't gonna save it for specifically the fact that it shows you how to like switch between the two. I was mainly gonna save it because it showed me about drivers, which I guess I could search specifically for a video that talks more about drivers specifically, instead of using that video as the guide. Oh, and then some too. Alright, back to normal. So yeah, let's watch this one now. Perfect IK rigging in Blender.
As an example, as it's the most common use of the IK mechanism, and I believe it's understood.
That makes sense. I mean, it wasn't unclear. I got it. I just didn't want to keep it. I don't know how useful it would be to be able to switch between the two at the moment. If I do need it, I mean, I could easily just find the video again. It's not hard. I've saved a bunch of other Joey stuff.
It's the most common use of the IK mechanism, and I believe it's understandable by everyone. So let's get started. I pushed this rig way further in my rigging course, but here I want to focus on the inverse kinematics mechanism itself. I won't be building any foot rolls or corrective mechanism. You can download the Blender files to follow along on p2designacademy.com for free. Also, I'd like to let you know that I'm running an exceptional sales to celebrate reaching the
I think this other guy, the CG video, I recommended this guy. I believe he did a video on fixing your broken rigs. I might be wrong about that though. Yeah, I recognize the demon character that he has. Custom rig UI. Alright. Sorry, let's continue. I just realized that while watching this guy here.
100,000 subscriber mark here on YouTube. Find more information in this video and in the video description below. As you will open the file, you will find two rigged legs, a simple bone chain.
I wonder, should I download the tutorial thing he talked about? Follow along? I guess I should. Rigging course. Well, I don't think this is it. Oh, cool. Cool. Rigging chains, rigging hook, copyrighting chains, rigging hook, amended. Oh, so you don't think I should? If it's not that complicated? Ow.
Driving the deformation of the leg and the root bone. Those two rigs are identical and will allow us to compare what we are doing along the way. Let's build our simple inverse kinematics mechanism. I will select the foot bone in edit mode, duplicate it and scale it down and rename it IK foot. Now by default it's parented to the shin. So I will press Alt P and clear the parenting so that now this bone is totally free and there won't be any cyclic dependency. In pose mode, I will select the inverse kinematic foot, then the shin, and I will press Ctrl Shift C to add an inverse kinematic constraint. I can immediately set the chain length to 2 bones, the shin and thigh bone, and test my ring moving the controller. If I go in front view and I move it left to right, I get some weird deformations because your knee is not supposed to bend sideways. But we can find specific inverse kinematic properties under the bone property. Here I can tell the bone not to rotate around the X and Y axis to solve the inverse kinematic mechanism. So basically allow the shin to only rotate around its local Z axis. And I know that because I built the rig, and if I display the axis, we can see that I'm rotating around the Z axis.
I wonder if mine's also like that. Oh, wait, did I not? It's not sure. Wait, hold on. Oh, it's under armature. Let's see. Not bad. Alright, hold on. Let me actually turn this off then. I'll put this next. There we go. Using same bone layers in the collection that I uses. Oh, really? Oh, but it is different. It's not bending on the z-axis, it's bending on the x-axis. So it would be a little different. It should follow the exact same rules, though. I just have to make sure that it's... Instead of Z, it's C. It's not too hard. As depth for deforming bones, your basic skeleton at the moment would be all the bones. Oh, DEF for deforming bones, I see. Alright, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, sorry. I guess I could follow along to what he did. The hell? I had proportional editing on? That's weird. Anyway. Wait, it's not parented at all? Oh, I forgot what the button was, it's fine. Well, I think you should watch you for following. Oh, okay. Fair enough.
And if I display the axis, we can see that I'm rotating around the z-axis. And this is the best default orientation, because if you want to create a pole target, the x-axis of the owner of the constraint will naturally point toward the pole target. So basically, I want my local x-axis to point forward in the knee direction. This can be adjusted in the constraint, tweaking the pole target angle value, but that's not the point of this video. When I move the inverse kinematic control, the leg follows, but I don't have control over the foot. So I can first select the controller, then the foot, press Ctrl Shift C and add a copy rotation. Now the foot follows the rotation of the controller. And yes, you just heard one of my chicken in the background. But the foot is not following the location nor the scale of the controller. To fix that, I need to add a copy transform. And since the copy transform constraint also covers the rotation, I can get rid of the copy rotation constraint. And this is our very basic inverse kinematic rig. I just reproduced the exact same rig on the other leg. And what I want to show you here is what we call knee popping. As we get closer and closer to a full extended leg, the knee accelerates backward in a very snappy motion. And that's a common problem for animators. The solution you will find in most tutorials, including mine's, is to enable IK stretching. Let's use a value of 0.05. Any value below 0.1 will give the same result. I will set this value on all the bone of the inverse kinematic chain, the shin and the thigh bone. So now when I pull on my inverse kinematic controller, you can see the leg getting bigger and bigger. So it's basically stretching in a way. Because when I think of stretching, I think of uneven scaling with volume preservation. Here the bones are just evenly scaling up. But we'll think about this later. Now when I move both controllers, you can clearly see the difference in the way the full extension of the leg is solved. And we get a softer motion on the left knee. With IK stretch enabled, the inverse kinematic mechanism changes the scale value of the legs along with rotating the different bones to solve the mechanism and basically follow the inverse kinematic target, what we generally call the inverse kinematic controller. The highest the IK stretch value used, the more scaling will be used to solve the mechanism, and so less rotation will happen. Values going from 0 to 0.1 have exactly the same behavior. So I was able to build some kind of soft inverse kinematic mechanism, generating a softer rotation of the knee. But it means that my leg gets scaled, and I don't want that. Here it's subtle and it's an organic shape, so it's fine, but on hard surface that won't look as good. To fix that, let's pretend that the left and right leg are the same, but we have like an inverse kinematic chain driving the deformation chain. To get the same behavior, I will add a copy transform constraint on the second foot, following exactly the same movement as the first foot in local space. And I want the same rotation behavior of the leg bones as the one with the soft inverse kinematic mechanism. So I can get rid of the inverse kinematic mechanism on the right leg, and then simply add a copy rotation from the left leg to the right leg. When I move the left foot, my inverse kinematic mechanism, the right leg rotates the same way. But the foot follows the controller, and we get a weird leg shape. To fix that, we can tell the foot bone to stick to the shin bone. To do so, we can use a copy location constraint from the shin onto the foot, following the tail of the shin. This now looks way better. We have a consistent leg shape wherever the position of the controller. But the problem is our foot is no longer following the inverse kinematic controller. And as soon as we extend the leg, for example in a walk cycle, the foot on the right leg will have an arcing motion. It won't stay on the ground. And believe me, this will show in your animation. So let me exaggerate the motion so that you can clearly see this arcing. If my left leg, representing the controller, is straight on the ground and slightly overstretched, you can see that the foot is no longer sliding on the ground but kind of balancing, like a pendulum or whatnot. So this mechanism doesn't work. Let's find another solution. Basically, what we need is to control the distance between our inverse kinematic controller and the root of the inverse kinematic chain. But you may not want to use a limit distance constraint. I tried different combination and it's not ideal because the distance is an absolute value, and 1 meter on a human being and 1 meter on a hand won't look the same. What I mean by that is the limit distance constraint is prone to error or bugs whenever you want to change the scale of your whole rig. So we will prefer to use a limit scale instead. Our hips bone is the parent of the leg, so it will also be the parent of our scale bone. The scale bone will start at the root of the leg. So I can select in edit mode the head of the org leg bone and extrude it. I will rename it MCH leg length. I will select the ankle joint, snap the cursor to it, pressing Shift S, and then snap the tail of my length bone to the ankle. This length bone will be used to control the target bone of the inverse kinematics chain. So we need to create another inverse kinematic bone. We will have one controller and one target bone. In edit mode, I will duplicate the inverse kinematic bone, scale it down and rename it MCHIK foot. And then I will parent it to the inverse kinematic foot bone. You can use the select menu using Alt right click or Alt left click depending on your configuration. Now in pose mode, I will first select my inverse kinematic controller, then Shift.
It's already getting pretty messy. But like there's like 3 bones on top of each other. You also added like a bone at the bottom and a bone at the top that you just didn't go over how he did that. I guess I could always download this file to see exactly what they do, or maybe they don't even matter. I feel like I'd have trouble selecting the right bone. Oh, what do you mean? Like this bone? Oh wait, can you even see where my mouse is? I don't even know. This bone down here pointing to the right is new. That wasn't there, I believe, to begin with. Unless maybe... yeah. And then he has another bone on top that wasn't there in the when he was doing the IK stuff.
Select the length bone, press Ctrl Shift C, and add a stretch to constraint. When I move the IK controller, we can see the length bone stretching. Let me get rid of the axis display because we don't need it, it will be a little clearer. My MCH IK foot is a child of the IK foot controller, so it does what the IK foot controller does. But I want it to stay in a given range, driven by the length bone. And to do so, we'll use a copy location. In pose mode, select first the length bone, then the MCH IK foot bone, press Ctrl Shift C and add a copy location constraint. By default, the bone will snap to the head of the length bone. So let's change that in the constraint and set the tail value to 1. Now I want the MCH IK foot to be the target of the inverse kinematics constraint. So let's select our shin bone and let's edit the inverse kinematic constraint and as a target use the MCH IK foot. If we now select our inverse kinematic controller, the IK foot, and we move it, the MCH IK bone follows, triggering the inverse kinematic mechanism. Nothing new. So if I want to limit the distance at which this MCH IK foot travels, I simply need to add a limit scale constraint to our MCH length bone. We want to limit the stretching of the bone, so we want to limit the maximum Y value. By default it is set to 0, so now our bone is really small. We want to use the local space of the bone, and let's start with a scale value of 1. As I confirm this value, we can see that our length bone is shortened. The MCH IK bones follow, thanks to the copy location constraint, and so does our inverse kinematic chain. But the foot is still following the controller. This is why we have this weird deformation. So let's fix this. I don't want the ORG bone to follow the foot controller anymore. I want it to follow the MCH IK foot. Right now it has a copy transform constraint following the IK foot, the controller. So let's get rid of it and instead add a new copy transform constraint targeting the MCH IK foot. Select first the MCH IK foot, then shift select the ORG foot bone, press Ctrl Shift C and choose copy transform. The MCH IK foot does everything the IK foot does, but its location is limited by the MCH leg length. So now we can slightly increase the length of the MCH leg length to get a full extended leg, let's say 0.05 for example, and the MCH IK bone won't go beyond this limit. So we get our soft IK, we get a limit in the length of the leg so we don't get this weird deformation between the foot and the leg. The result will be less jittery than when using a copy rotation, but as long as you limit the distance, there will be a threshold where you will still have this pendulum effect. The only way to get rid of it is to not use a limit scale. It's to not use a limit at all. I know it's often reassuring for beginners to have this limit, but as an animator, I do believe it's the animator's job to set the limit visually. Assuming that, we will face other problems. So let's solve them.
Here's how Fiverr saved my website. Hi, I'm Lauren McGowan.
It's the animator's job to decide how much the leg should stretch. Then let's get rid of the MCH leg length bone. And here comes a new problem. I still have my soft IK, but if I pull the leg, I get this weird inverse kinematic stretching that is more of an even scaling than a real stretching with volume preservation. How can we solve that? We will need a second bone chain. Select both leg bone, press Tab to enter edit mode, Shift D to duplicate them, and then Shift H to hide everything. I will rename those bone MCH leg IK and MCH shin IK. And as we switch to pose mode, the inverse kinematic is already set on it since we duplicated the chain with the inverse kinematics constraint. Let's move the MCH bones to another layer so that it's a little bit clearer. As always, I'm using the Bone Manager add-on by my friend Finn. It's a must-have so far for rigging, as you can name the layers and it has so many functionalities. On our original chain, we don't need the inverse kinematic constraint anymore. Press Ctrl Alt C to get rid of it. Now we need to enter edit mode and duplicate those two bones and make them smaller. As I scale them down, I can see that they are still connected, so I will press Alt P and disconnect the parents. They are still parented, but they are no longer connected. And I can now scale those new bones down. Now what I want is to parent those two bones to our MCH inverse kinematic chain, so that they follow the inverse kinematic movement. We can do that entering edit mode, and instead of using the Ctrl P shortcut, we can go in the bone properties and under relations, type in the name of the bones we want them to be parented with. I like this way a lot whenever my rig is getting more complex. If I now move the foot controller, we can see that those bones are following the inverse kinematic chain, but our original bones don't follow. So what we can do is tell them to copy the transformations of those new bones. So let's first select the small bone, then shift select the leg bone, press Ctrl Shift C and add a copy transform constraint. We now need to do the same with the shin. So let's select the small shin bone, then the shin bone, press Ctrl Shift C, add a copy transform constraint. And we're back to square one. When we move the foot, those new bones follow their parent, the inverse kinematic chain, and they influence the original bones. But we can now tell them to follow the scale of another bone, for example the root bone, which isn't scaled at all. So let's add a copy scale constraint to those small bones, targeting the armature and the root bone. As we do so, we're getting a critical change in our rig. So let's go ahead, select the second small bone, and then add to it a copy scale constraint, targeting the armature and the root bone. You can see that the shin bone is not following its corresponding small bone. And this is because a copy transform constraint doesn't override the location transform of a connected bone. So we need to select our original bone, enter edit mode, press Alt P and disconnect it. Now we do have some kind of separation, but we don't get a real stretching. Only the knee and ankles are deforming, not the whole leg. And this is the final step. I will select all my bones and reset the pose. Press Alt R, Alt G, Alt S to cancel the scale, location and rotation of the bones. Then use the small shin bone to add a stretch to constraint onto the original leg bone. And then we can use our MCH IK foot to add a stretch to constraint onto our original shin bone. And voila, if I select my inverse kinematic controller and I move the foot, we can see that we can stretch it with a proper volume preservation, we can scale the foot, and we still have our soft IK mechanism. But this rig as is can't be used for game animation, because with bone stretching we get uneven scaling, and with uneven scaling we get a lot of bugs when it comes to game engines. Now we don't need 4 additional minutes to solve that. Instead of using a stretch to constraint, we can use a dumped track constraint. We keep the soft inverse kinematic mechanism. We can slightly stretch the leg as the bones will separate. You don't get volume preservation, but if you don't overstretch the leg, it looks pretty natural. And your game engine will thank you about this. Then to finalize the rig, I advise you to add a pull target. I just wanted to save time not setting a pull target on all the chains we just created. So to conclude, what's the perfect inverse kinematic rig? Well, I don't know, you have to pick one of them. The base inverse kinematic mechanism without IK stretch is the best for mechanical parts because your joints will perfectly follow. But when it comes to organic mechanism or organic shapes, then it's up to your animation style or your target platform, feature animation or game animation. This is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed it and learned something new, and I will see you in the next one.
Alright, not bad. That's pretty cool. It did get very complicated. There was a lot of bones. At some point, because he went over doing it this way, but then he was like, okay, let's not do it that way, let's do it this way. overall, though, it was a good video. A lot more concise. It also shows how easy IK is to set up. He set it up in like literally a couple minutes. Which I could see now how he done it. Now this one I will say. I also will. Oh shit! What the hell? Yeah, right. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to go through this one. Oops. Just so that I make sure I follow it correctly. Otherwise, I'm not gonna be able to. Whoops! That's not what I wanted. But yeah, I think this is the type of I guess bonage I'm gonna have on my legs. So I need to edit that. However, I do wanna play around with the what are they, root bones. I don't like how they're on top of each other like that. At least to me, that's very complicated, or that's very I don't like the way that looks. And also it makes it difficult to select, because you have to like spam click to make sure you like get the right one. And there's 3 of them. Although I think you only need to pick one of them, if I'm remembering correctly. Anyway. I think... What is this? Oh, never mind. I think I might do that tomorrow, though. Because I feel like if I were to do this now, then it's probably going to take me like an hour or more. Oh, maybe not that long. I think, oh, maybe you're right. Layering helps. It is true. I think you only need one of them at the end of the day, so I could just put the other 2 bones in a layer and then just hide it. Hide all the bones that aren't useful. But yeah, like I said, I'm not gonna do it today, because if I were to do it, it would take me a while to get it done. What is this? I guess I could download the IK thing. Have a look how Rigify sets up the generated rig. It's pretty much the same. I might download that. Alright, so with Rigify, I want to watch this video first, because it goes over what's new in Rigify in 4.0, which, I mean, I don't know much about Rigify, but I feel like this video is important since it goes over the changes. And then I'll watch his 4.0. Wait. Yeah, I watched his 4.0 Rigify course, which I believe has like 3 parts to it. They're not that long. Okay, sorry, I was making sure that I was looking at the right one. And then, yeah, these kind of dive into animation. This one dives into clothing, which I think comes after I get the human done. I think these are like more advanced stuff. Some driver stuff as well that I might add after I learn Rigify. But yeah. Oof. Okay. That is the plan for tomorrow. Because I am done for today. My head's starting to hurt. Alright. Let me hide that away. So I guess tomorrow we'll dive into Rigify once I get the IK for the leg set up. Okay. So let's move on to the next part, which is gaming. Fakes. What is this? Alright. Taking my headphones off. Oof. Okay. So, like I mentioned yesterday, I want to try out the current free game on Epic called Sail Forth. I'll try that out for a bit, depending on if I like it or not. Will depend on whether or not I do Mutant Year Zero afterwards. If not, then I'll do Mutant Year Zero tomorrow. It's fine. No big deal. But yeah, thanks a lot for the video recommendations. They've been really good. Oh, shit. Yeah, it's not. Oh, wait, let me... Wait, what the hell? Oh. 1 second. No Regify yet. Tomorrow. What is it? It's just an armature. Just regular old bones. Good old-fashioned bones. Tomorrow I'm gonna go over Rigify. What was I thinking? So I was thinking, should I do Rigify first before I do the IK stuff for that in that one video we just watched? Special info tab. Oh, I see. No, yeah. No special add-on. Just basic old, Blender, I guess. Nothing new. Damn, okay. Alright. So today, not much was done today. I guess it was mostly kind of like a recap. I guess. I did say the other day that I didn't know where to go moving forward with the rigging. So today I know exactly where I'm going tomorrow. And I also like refreshed myself on some of the things that I've learned before about rigging and about armatures. And now tomorrow I'll go over new stuff. I would call it hardcore boxes. Oh, it's hardcore bones. Why did I read boxes? Hardcore bones. Alright, give me 1 second. Alright. But yeah, sorry, you tuned in on I guess a very bad time. Cause I'm done with Blender for today. I'm moving on. Ah, fuck. To a game. That should be on the screen now. Oh shit, wait, hold on. There we go. If it was B-Bones, would it be softcore bones? Oh wait, did I set up? Oh, I didn't set up the... I'm gonna have to do that in a little bit. Oh, actually, that's why it was so large. Wait, hold on. Let me keep it like that for now. Until I'm able to... change the... But it doesn't actually do anything. Oh, there we go. Strange how you can't change the resolution when you're windowed. Sailing games, yeah. Sail forth. I wanted to try it out. It seemed interesting. I've been secretly wanting to build a real sailing character game. That'd be interesting to see. Alright, yeah. That's how it usually is. Alright, let me turn on the audio. I want to hear what the music is like. Oh, it's not music, it's just the sounds of the water. I might turn it down. It'd be so funny, it's on strip. I could see that. Alright, sorry. Let's begin. But listen, it'll be a little bit different from casual circle and fire. Yeah, I played a ship game a while back. It was kind of like a battle royale. It was pretty fun, although it was pretty dead. That was pretty much it. Circle and fire, going around in circles. And so the magnificent is the deep blue. The unseen look forward of all the folks now dwindles. Gather the bold and big sail in stormy seas. Billow their sails. Veil the lost answers of the ever horizon. Go up speed, dear believer, and sail forth. The name of the game. exploded. This is a pretty nice effect, though, for the water. Hopefully you don't actually have to go in the water. I get callbacks to Subnautica. Oh, wake up. Captain Toot. Ouchie. It was a close one. So where's the dirty duck at? Well, or where the dirty duck am I? Time to get moving. Guess I'll break out the ores first. W to increase speed. You should head north. I assume we're pointing north. Damn, our sail is fucked. It's pretty interesting, though. I mean, I guess it kind of behaves kind of like driving a car. In a game. Yeah, I like the compass. Goose. Don't leave me high and dry. Smell that fresh breeze, would ya? Feels like a nice day. Yeah, fine. Indeed. Yar. Judas Spexons and Giant Terrible has caught to sea some untold malice against the adventurous. Less side. So unlucky as beans you came along. Enchanted here almost. Wait, after a heap of misadventures. I dig your cutter, jib. Describe your ship in sea shape. Well, catwalk this one. Hold the both of us share seashells. It says you go snatch up some juicy wood planks and get right rigged for high adventure. Indubitably. Fish and chips. Classic. I'd still sail these waters. Journey peepers to the west and have a gander. See their tumble-sunk vessel? Touch up its smithereens, and I'll cherry up that rattle trap of yours. Whoa, fishes. This is pretty cool so far. I don't know, I really like the look of it. Don't mind me, old timer. Just passing by, borrowing your bits. With cheese, I'm rich with wooden planks. Wait, what are these sucky papers, blueprints or something? Big wave. There's like a village over there or something. Hey, you came back for me. And look at that hole. Little packs and ship blueprints. Kaboom! Let me show you the ropes. Magnificent. Those sumptuous curves are making me sweat. The tic-tac, watercolor polished, and mittens are... I can't speak like this guy. Speaking in tongues. Hey there, TikTok. What's this glorious vessel called? I can't get shanties about our doings without a proper name. Naming stuff. Oh no. I'm terrible at naming stuff. What kind of things people name their ships? Old ram into rocks. Nice one, Captain Toot. It's just old ram into rocks is breaking the waves. Is what that means, right? We can retire. Nothing without is a death wish, especially with all these carven malice about. What? I mean, sort of. My old master ship went down not far from here. May it rest in a billion beautiful pieces. I go see if the cannons are intact. Cannon time. Luckily the wind always blows where we need to go. Very convenient. There it is, you get to see the old beauty again. Even like this. Hey, we got our first cannon. Blammo. Hey, that wooden crate up there has my cargo. Thought it sank with my toots. Got tarded. Bet it's all locked up in a cowardly clam on the curbs day. Oh, to get the darn thing open. We just need to apply a tiny bit of force. Right, that's a super responsible amount. Roar room. Mighty cannon dispense just supremely responsible amounts of force once more. Use the radical menu to view your cabin. Now select the item and choose equip. Lock and loaded, Captain. Wait, did that not work? Oh, there we go. Oh, okay, I see. The cannon can only aim a certain angle, so we need to kind of go around a bit. Ooh, shit, that's too much. Okay, I'm gonna have to loop back. Nice. Blammo. Hey, a shiny. Being honest, not exactly what we're just hoping for. There's my friend that's inside. Let me see what you're holding up. Get upside down. Isn't far from you. So the course and says to the wind. Travel to Como Cay. Oh, you can see like a fish down there. Holy shit, that was a fucking big ass wave. Oh, I think we just lost some like integrity. Oh, it's like a fast travel? Oh, it is like a fast travel. Oh, I thought it was gonna be like market for me. And I'll sail there myself. This may be the place, but where do you even start? Click the map. Open medical menu, select. Oh, coming up K. Oh, I'm pretty sure we were literally just here. These are the two shipwrecks. Up ahead is Skull Clan 4, and then Kamano K is afterwards. Jumping jellyfish. Jumbo sight skull over yonder. Hey, them the Skull Clan. Warrior of the waters as such. They're clutching more likely to sink a sailor. I ain't afraid of no dogs. Of course, little cotton loot. Little cotton loot. Engage. I said engage. Oh, sick. Oh, I did it. Okay, it's kind of nice. It's kind of silly. Oh shit, there's another person. I didn't realize. Swing open. Damage damage. Repair in the fleet management screen in the radical menu. Use repair to begin repairing our boat. $68. Alright. Holy shit, that did a lot of damage. Oh, we know I repaired my ship. Okay. Thought I went from like 60 to nothing. Turn the boat. We're gonna die. Why isn't the boat being turned? There we go. This fragment marks location of some other artifact. To explore somewhere else, we can travel using the world map. Oh shit. Alright. Let's explore. Where are we? Oh, okay, so that's the artifact. A photographer is said to be looking for help in their latest shot here. Alright. Excuse us, dear sailors. Got a moment? My partner here forgot to remind me to pack our camera. My shame is eternal. Can you believe it? On a beautiful Flum's day like this, I struggle on eternity, itching blanket of regret. Any times you got a camera on board? Oh no, Dolores names a camera. Well. I'll be here if you ever find one. And I'll be here, standing in my shame. Alright. So we need a camera. So we could go down here. You mark stuff. Oh. Oh, I am marking it. I just can't see it. Oh shit. I thought that was, I didn't see the island there because it was sunk by all that water. Where is this taking us? The wind is not blowing where we want to go. Whoops. Oh, we could travel to it. Oh, I see, okay. I was gonna do it manually. I guess that helps when the wind isn't blowing exactly where you want it to go. Alright, now that I'm here, I think I should be able to see. Okay, so the ship's name shop. And I think that's it. Alright. Let's see if they sell a camera. I feel like I've been here before. Did you what? Did you just bonk out here? Nope, not yet. Oh, there's a ship snobs and some anchorlanders doing business around here. For realsies? And I'm all tingly for some mutually beneficial commerce. Let's rock it up and stock it up. Deals for you. You can adjust or turn, it's better catch the wind. Whoa, look at this guy. I see we're powerless. This is my marketing prowess. Today's your lucky day. Wow. I'll be out of business by Goon's Day. Out of business? I'm no expert, but maybe raise your prices a smidge? Not possible, I'm afraid. Ocean floor prices are vital to compete with my ruthless siblings. It's a race to the bottom in this saturated shipscape market. In a price war with your family? Commerce and competition are in our blood. I suppose it could be quite destructive for all parties. Yikes. Yikes will also be your reaction when you see these Cocobana bargains. Top of the line vessels. An incredible variety of upgrades. I have precisely what you're looking for. Let us make a deal. Let's build a new boat? Stock boat upgrades. Sell some cargo. Sell a boat from the fleet. Recover a lost vessel. You can have multiple boats. Yo, what? That's crazy. Let's talk about upgrades. Feels so good you hate him. Okay. You get a deck gun. Small gun fixes the deck of a vessel. Great start for those looking to mining business. Triangle design is cool. That's pretty much it. Okay, it's cosmetic though. Cosmetic, cosmetic, cosmetic. Okay, so only the deck gun. So some cargo items. What can I sell? Nothing. Okay. So it costs a bit more. If I could get another Pippin. See what else? Alizy, Panda, Pelican, and the Panchi. Alright. Pretty cool. I can't buy any of this soon. I guess I could buy another cannon, but I don't want to. You could shop every day, and my prices are ever foolish. In fact, or you might stylish an economical tie if you find a better deal. Yum yum. Come on, Keely, check for a look. Alright. I guess I could go down here. Where's the island? It's over there. I know. This guy's trying to tell me how to sail a boat. Okay, we're moving towards the island. That's fine. Let's check it out. There might be cool stuff there. Oh, if we had a... Interested in hiring some extra hands? I'm game if you make it worth my while. Say 100. Bestru Underdextron. Sounds like a sick name. You're in. I wonder what having more people does. We only have one cannon. Maybe we should get more cannons. Oh look, there's like a raft over there. Let's go check it out. Where are we going anyway? Oh, we're just sailing. Alright, that's fine with me. I might want to upgrade our ship. I don't know how. Hold, we're about to top of the poor blue cutter. All your fish, matey. It's banked up plenty already. Art goes out to sea. Empty ticker now sits. What a shame. Them dents cry action. Well, let's put on the shipping list for next time. $600? I'll come back to it. It has a fish on it, which means it's valuable. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Oh, you could have 3 fleets. Should I repair? It's quite expensive. Auto repair threshold. Oh. So he gives 10% max speed, minus 5% repair time, minus 10% repair cost. That's pretty good. Alright, what's all this then? Better not be an enemy. Harumph. Look alive, ye crusty old barnacle beans. They be likely customers impending upon us. There, what'd you say? Just out the dollrums ye got for years, glubs. There's customers approaching. Splendid goose day upon ye sailors. Come out and sell ye sails. Ominous word for Harumph, me matey. Done harm yourself. Well, customers all the deep blue and beyond, be sure to find what ye need at. Ye old Wrangler Emporium. At your service. You reckon these honest wranglers about? Ye keen call me Snaps, and ye meet Big Humph down there. Salutadors. There's the gloves. Complete fine for gloves. Gloves! Right on me, old potato. Ho ho ho. You be the only true official needs to know. You fish him yet. Yea, fleet him. Get a TikTok. He done got tackled. Hook up with some hooks, gloves. But you wanna bob some bait, perchance? You all talk funny. Stop fishing? Yeah. What's going on? Bring about all the fishies you can catch. And profitable for you. Hey, that gives me a ding without notice. I'm an artist. Here we go again. Alas, heavy with woe is my artistic flow. Me mind ever drowning in creative block. Perchance, ye taken some adventure and photos? Agree on this only slightly used camera be all yours. Thank you, friends. I crave the elusive Mixie News Mama inspiration. Over biscuits, old when the kids see past these nose. Is there any dangs that might put ink control in my what? Keep ye flush with resupply, put photo from savvy. Servers be ship customization. Speak with yours truly when you want to spruce the goose. We're down the old saucepan. When you hear a steam whistle on it, smatter day. Looks like the ancient cheese doodle's ready to do that thing. The old Angler Wangler Emporium. Your fishy photo film and fancy paint salvation. Head out. Okay, so we got our fishing rod, and we got the camera. How lovely. How's this fishing work? What if I do? Oh, I see how it works. Why does kingfish? Touching the fish, eye fish will not turn them to gold. Oh, that'll make everyone uncomfortable. Oh, interesting. I've never played a fishing game like this. Hella fish. Let's see how much these fish sell for. Just to, like, see how worth it is to fish. Pigmentation. No plants it's less paint with full colors of the deep blue marbles. New Midas Kingfish. Also, I like colors. I'm getting him new fish. That's not bad though. 75. So long. Thank you for the fish. Because you are small. Kind of small has some depth there. So can you help clear out some so we can reclaim them? So they want us to take out someone? No, there's a day-night cycle. I was wondering what the guy meant by, like, I'm back every day. But there's like a day-night cycle, so it makes sense. Downwards, we want our sails trimmed all the way. So upward, we want our sails trimmed. I don't even know where I'm going. Yeah, I'm not heading anywhere. That doesn't sound good. Deep blue. Scary. Ooh, sorry. Oh wait, that's a box. You can shoot that, right? And a clam. give feedback. That's funny. I assume it auto saves. Anyway, I am done for today. I'm tired. I'ma go. This game does seem very interesting. Very chill game to play on my own, most likely. Although I probably won't be playing it. I don't really play. Oh, a lot of single player games anymore. Anyway, tomorrow we'll continue the rigging stuff. I'll do the leg thing that I watched today. Rewatch that video. Try to follow along this time to get a nice IK foot leg on both sides. Make it look real nice. Afterwards, I'll watch the Rigify videos and learn how to convert it into a Rigify thing. Yeah. Yeah. And then after that, there's some like videos about weight painting for clothing. I might watch those last, and I might watch that one guy's channel, the guy that does like the 60 second to like 3 minute videos about different I guess like additions to a rig to make certain bends look really nice or whatever. There's a shit ton of those videos. They're not very long, so I could always just like watch them. And if I like them, I could look more into them if the video is not like good enough to like show me how to do it myself. I'll probably have to do that outside of the Rigify rig and then remake the Rigify rig again after I add all those extra, I guess, like things. Maybe, I don't really know. I'll figure it out tomorrow. Again, there's no clear line to go. I'm kind of making things up as I go. Either way though, at the end of the day, I'll have a rigging system that I like and that I could do in the future for future creations that I decide to make. So yeah, exciting stuff. It does not end today. It will continue until either I find what I'm looking for all the way, or I find enough of what I'm looking for and I get bored. Whichever comes first. Either way though, I'm gonna find what I'm looking for. So yeah, thank you for coming along. Thank you for sailing forth with me. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully, I won't wake up in the middle of the night and fuck up my sleep like I did today. Anyway, yeah. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.